what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
Okay, we are live once again. I just realized they already started drafting. I just realized. So we'll hop in over there real quick. Muted. There we go.
This
Give me a
entire
second.
so this entire time
Yeah, we were muted.
you had us muted.
Yes, that is the reason. And also
Bro.
we were hidden, so I had no fucking clue that we were not existent.
You went into the fucking mainframe just to see what was going on, and the issue was that you just had the mute button on.
Yeah.
Wait, that's actually a banger. I'll be honest. Nah, I hate when that happens. Actually, it's you know when like you check for your phone in the pocket and it's not there. You just had a heart attack.
Yeah, something like
Oh.
that. I
and buzzer?
literally was close to I deleted the source and everything, and the actual problem was simply I had the whole thing on mute.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll summarize the draft then. So Banzer obviously got the picks they wanted. You know, the control mage mid. They have a bot lane that's quite safe and kind of synergies together. Their top laner on the Ornn, a champion they pick every single time. And it looks like they're going to be playing for the mid to late game. CDR did also get the picks they want. They have a high prio Emilio, Ivan for Pingu, and Vayne, a signature pick for Kasha, and a melee mid laner with a carry top laner. Like this is what CDR is all about. John Fobo on his carry pick, Marcus on his like mid lane melee assassin type of stuff, and you know Pengu plays whatever he wants, and the bot lane plays whatever they want to play. Banzara similar. Apart from that, they just want the Ornn, and that's as much as you can say about this draft. I think so far CTR has a pretty good draft. Vayne's a bit questionable here. They have Ezreal, Syndra, Ornn. How is Ornn is quite bad at the Vayne. However, like Maokai, Ezreal, and Syndra, I'll repeat it one last time. But yeah, those champions, they're kind of strong in the Vayne. Like Vayne can play really hard. I guess maybe Melio's PR and range will help out, but Vayne doesn't really fit well in this comp, apart from maybe the identity that they might go in together with Sylas and Irelia. But besides that, like I think Barzara has a really good comp here. Like Cedar wants to go in, but Barzara loves when people go into them.
Well,
So besides that,
the Melio may just be the fact that the champion is broken in general, and like trying to really focus on that Wayne and keeping all the rest of the team alive, especially maybe if she gets caught out or the Aurelia gets caught out by a Sona ult or Maokai. I think Emilio is a really good counterpick to both Maokai and Sona with his ult, being able to like basically cleanse the whole team if they were to get actually caught.
I do like the Melio and the Maokai. I do agree with that actually. I think Melio's alright here. It's and the Vayne lane is not bad. Like Ezreal Sona, I just don't think Melio is pretty good. He did get nerfed though. He's still alright, but he's 100% not in his prime days like he used to be. But I think besides that, I think it just kind of this draft will for sure be really good for CTR as well. Barzara, I think Barzara just has a bit of a upper hand when it comes to this game though. And obviously, I think the fun part about this game is like everybody got what they wanted. I think, like everybody got the champions they like to play, and we'll get to see how well they can play with those champions. And besides that, it might CTR early game might be a little bit rough because I don't think Sylas, apart from the Irelia, I don't think any of the champions are like really heavy skirmish or like early game. So we'll see how they can leverage their top lane this game. Banzara, I feel like they might just leave their bot lane all alone and try to play for the Syndra or the top lane. We'll see how it is. It is a bit of a weird draft from Banzara as well. They have a weak side bot lane, but they also have this Ornn into the Irelia. It's almost like they're sacrificing every lane apart from the mid lane. Maybe they'll try to leverage their mid game, but we shall see what they'll try to do in the game. But
I am really looking forward to John Fable's Irelia, because he almost never gets to pick it up, because most other like legacy teams and players know very well how scary it can be and how easy it carries a game actually. So
Yeah.
maybe you want to watch out for that.
100%. I think we'll have to see how they can leverage the Irelia pick this game. I think this the first few minutes of the game might be kind of slow just because like they have a lot of these scaling champions on both sides to be honest. Apart from the top lane. Top lane's 100% something you should look out for. Maybe even mid lane depending on when the Maokai is pathing. But besides that, I feel like it might be a war of the attrition, and I think both these teams have a lot of like sustain going on as well. But besides that, We shall see what's gonna happen. Are we waiting for the draft to finish, or are we waiting
we are
for the game
currently
to
just
load in?
waiting for them to finish draft. Yes.
No.
You're scared.
And CTR, top 3 team, probably up there with like Omni Pills, Val Panthers, Banzer Esports, those sitting like atop the cake. I think right now, like, Banzer obviously like are clear favorites to win this, but I guess we have to see if CTR can pull the upset. If they can do it, it'll be kind of sick. I think maybe, but besides this, we shall see what these players can perform. Obviously, John Fobble on the signature pick. I'm not too sure what else to talk about. I guess.
Well, in that case, I think we'll just go into a short break, because, well, since we have to wait for the viewer delay anyways, we might as well take our time, get our hopes up for both of these teams for a good game. My prediction on this side will be that Ivern will mostly be pathing top lane, because of the Irelia up there, but we'll see about that. What do you actually think about the Maokai? Where do you think he will mostly focus his attention?
Oh, I think Maokai into Ivern, it is quite a weird matchup. Like, both these champions are kind of just looking to do, like, kind of just, like, counter gank, look for clear opportunities of, like, lanes and stuff like that. I think this game, Maokai, for sure, like, look at something mid. Maybe bot. But I don't think Banzer can really play early game. Like, I'm not sure what the Maokai can do in the early lows. Maybe punish the Sylas, maybe see if they really overextends. But besides that, I think Banzer will, like, their true power comes in an objective setup. Like, you have the Maokai saplings, you have the Ezreal poke, the Syndra QE. Ornhorn is going to be really insane they ever try to engage. And I guess, like, when it comes to this type of stuff, we just have to see how the early game is going to go. If Banzer survives the early game, I think that's how they're going to do. And I guess, like, talking about the backstream, when you look at Banzer as well, like, the Ornn is quite a pick. Every single game, they pick the champion whenever it's not banned. Every single time they have a chance, it's the Ornn top. If you ban the Ornn, they go Sion. It's always a weak side top laner, and they win every single game with it. And we just have to see how CTR can punish that pick. If they can actually punish it as well. Because it seems that it's been quite persistent throughout all the games. And CTR are a team that wins games.
That is correct. Okay, and with that words, we're gonna go over into a short break. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be hyping up for this coming game.
Yeah. Oh, that was kind of funny, actually.
I didn't.
was-
I don't know why I had.
I was gonna be like, oh, maybe something in OBS or like I
No,
don't know.
no,
like,
it was
oh.
not a problem with OBS. I just had like I had all of the muted sources hidden, so I was like, why is my audio mixer not showing anything? Problem.
I feel like Banzara Esports, I feel like from the way they're walking, you can already see CTR. Banzara, they're gonna go with the simple 5-point. Maybe we'll get some poke from Ezreal, but right now, you can see Ivern sitting mid, looking out for invades.
Funny thing, another the game is not working. Oh my fucking god! Today is a catastrophe.
Okay, we got the game though.
We got the game. But where is my?
Wait, they're straight up balling mid lane as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Minions have spawned.
Minion has spawned. Wait, but they can hear us, right?
Yeah, they can hear us.
Okay,
And
okay,
now
okay.
the game is also working. Very nice, very nice. We there we go. Now the overwolf is
There you
gone
go.
as well. My whole HUD size has to be refixed as well. Hey yo, today is going as smooth as silk, I am telling you. At least nothing has happened so far. Nothing we actually missed. That is one good thing. We'll put up the scoreboard so we actually know what's going on.
Okay, I'm
And we're
enlightened
gonna get
now.
rid of the time controls, and there we go. A clean HUD.
Okay.
Let's go. Took us long enough.
It's like
And
nothing has ever
perfectly timed for our first engage. And
Yeah,
really, just taking a short trade.
Yeah, I think you're gonna always see they really do the Q auto in the lane. Maybe go a bit few more ham if she has a full passive up. Obviously, you can see that Maokai is. I think he might be full clearing to bot, walking into this Ezreal Sona. But so far, like I think mid lane trading and top lane trading is gonna be the most important parts of the game. Exhaust coming out straight away and the heal coming out. It's just they're getting run down bot. Banzara is getting pushed in as well.
We have
It's
heavy
surprising.
trading bot and top lane. Irelia seems to have eaten power shot there. But otherwise, seems to be more or less CTR favored. Of course, bot lane sustaining pretty well this Sona, keeping her Ezreal alive and also herself.
Yeah, 100%. When you pick this Ezreal Sona, like you're
Oh
not
my God.
okay.
He's
Jump forward. I
aced!
mean,
That was
and he gets
personal,
a solo ball
and-
trade 1-for-1, and I think it's worth it. He misses more the wave, and the wave is perfect for Aurelia. It's gonna push back into him. He's gonna be able to set it up, or no TP, and he's gonna be able to repeat the same thing again. And it's gonna be even better now because he's got an item advantage. And yeah, I think it's going really well for CTR right now. Already 1-for-1. Obviously, Ornn being behind is not the worst, but Aurelia being ahead, that's one of their win conditions for at least the early game. Like skirmishing on the Rift Hall, that's gonna be dangerous in the future. But also, I wanted to point out the Ezreal Sona, like, they're getting kind of smacked down, even though Vayne might be behind like 5 CS. When you're looking at this,
Take a look up here.
you don't pick Ezreal and Sona. See their Pingu looking bot, but it looks like he's just gonna tag more of his camps. Maokai can't really look for the bot lane right now, but they know he's down here. We shall see how CDL will adapt to this, and they keep trading, playing them passively. Ornn wave pushing top. Let's see if they're gonna be able to do anything that, and the E goes wide. That's unfortunate. But yeah, it's surprising how the bot lane's playing, because when you pick this Ezreal Sona, like, you're more expected to play, you know, laid back, play safe, not take too many trades. You're just scaling for the mid game, waiting for something to happen. But right now, we're not seeing any of that. However, the top lane kind of stabilized. E goes in. Will Ray take the trade or not? She goes in. Gets knocked up. W comes out, so it got negated. She goes in, and she's looking for the kill again. John Fobo, no flash. Ornn has flash up, but he just does not use it. And he's dead again. That's another solo kill coming out for John Fobo, and top lane is just so ahead.
I think I talked about that Aurelia not being banned being kind of scary. And I think we're just seeing that as Ezreal goes in, trades hard into Kasa with the level up as well.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I feel like we'll be swapping between bot and top lane quite a bit in this game. Meanwhile, Pingo going for the invade.
Obviously, his early is not here, and he has no mid prow. It looks like he's might straight up die. Flash coming out, but Syndra is ready here. She has QE available. It goes wide though. He might just straight up walk it out. That's unfortunate.
Aurelia is moving down.
They might be looking
Marcus
for something here.
going for a trade.
Marcus goes in, flashes. Maokai has nothing up, and he goes down. It's just straight up a tragedy for Banzara Esports right now.
My
Syndra
god.
tries to walk it out, but Ornn dead again. And when you look at the wave as well, it's pushing again into Irelia. He has no flash. Oh, sorry, he has no TP. So he's gonna miss so many waves as long as Irelia just does not insta push the wave. And looking at the bot, like, they're playing the lane fine right now, but the bot lane is not what it's all about.
No, not at all.
They're just skating for mid game, but there might not be a mid game for them left. But yeah, I think this is what I was talking about. Banzero, they have no early game right now. Who on their team has any prio in the early game? And the only champion on their team that has any prio is the Syndra. But as we saw, it was not enough for the Irelia. It was not enough for the Ivern. And right now, it's looking kinda.
Oh my god, he hits it again.
Tragic. Oh, he goes in. Quick
Heavy
trade.
trading.
I was looking at the Twitch stream instead of your thing. I'm so dumb actually.
I was like, why are you like 5 seconds behind? Oh, wow. That explains it.
Extra.
We
I
are
can feel
being
it.
professional. Meanwhile, Aurelia goes and hits the E.
Oh,
So
and it
close.
just jiggles in.
So close.
It was so close. But even then, like, look at it. He flashed. He has no flash now. He doesn't even care about getting the kill. He's worth like 12 schmeckles. This Irelia is pushing the wave because he knows he has to reset. But now, like, he missed so much. He's low 4. Mark is just solo killing the mid laner right now. Like, it looks so over for Banzero Esports. I think their only Hail Mary is setting up on these objectives and maybe looking for some sort of pick. I think that's the
We're
only
7
chance they really
minutes
have
in and you're already talking about a Hail Mary. That's, I think that says a lot about the current state of the game.
Like, they pick like 2 champions that like should not be winning early game, and they're winning. Oh, no, we're not winning, but at least they're going even relatively so. The Vayne's the only person kind of behind. Top, like, is one of the lanes that like it feels doomed. But yeah, I think bot lane again. They're just waiting for the mid game. They're chilling. Milo's got the cozy campfire. He's got the warm hugs as E, and Maokai doing the scuttle cap here. They may be looking to set up an objective. They're looking to push the wave and maybe try to do something. But Maokai looking mid. Pengu's also hovering the mid side. We'll see if any action happens there, but it just looks like he's looking for another invade. They might trade the top camps for the Drake, which I think is perfectly fine. But the worst part that might happen is that this Ornn is straight up diveable. I don't think they can contest the Drake, but if they just stack the next wave,
That E hit.
they could lock in a bad position.
That E hit.
And he's chunked for half health. Oh no, Blade Surge came out, E hit. It is looking really dire for the top lane. But maybe he can win the war of attrition. Eing over, hits the Q, W comes out, and they get the Drake, but nothing comes out from bot. Ivan does have Daisy up if they wanted to straight up tank the tower with Daisy and then look to dive the Ornn. He has no what's it called? Call the Forge Guard? Yeah. So he can't really avoid the dive. Sona looking in. They have a level advantage. If they found an angle both side right now, it is kind of dangerous for them. Amoki walking back in, but Pengu is top, and I think he's just straight up solo diveable right now. He comes out, Blade Surge comes out, and he's dead. And he survives.
Oh, he
the
survives it. The Ivern Shield being the MVP in that play, of course. With no
just taking-
shutdown going over to the Ornn. TP is short to up though, it seems. So might be able to avoid an. Oh, it seems she's. Okay, no, he is gonna.
TPing back.
Meanwhile, bot lane
Maokai ult
is
comes
just
out.
gonna walk the Maokai ult out.
I mean, it's looking good for the bot at least, right? They're getting platings, they're getting some of their waves. But when you look at the leverage bot lane has and the leverage top side has, it's just not comparable. I guess we just have to see how it goes later down. I think Maokai and Ezreal still has a lot of power, and I guess they really does fall off late game, but will that be enough for them? I think right now when you're looking at the game, like, the next objective they should be looking here is Rifthold, and with this Irelia, it should be quite easy, but I guess we also have to see. 3 platings, 4 Banzero Esports. Syndra chilling in the mid lane. And
But
Marcus
don't forget
has...
those platings have been spread up between 3 champions, while Aurelia got 2 plates top lane without anybody being there, and 1 she shared with the Ivern. So there's a lot more gold focused on that carry champion.
Yeah, 100%. I guess, like, when you have this Maokai and Sona, getting to their first item is quite important, but Yeah, 100% the Ezreal. Getting the plating is the most important part.
Also, can we appreciate the CS difference in the top lane? Just
Yeah,
for a second
he's
there.
that a little bit. Bit of a Flame Horizon coming up.
Flame
Like
Horizon
when you
in
played
10
this Irelia
minutes.
champion.
Speedrun.
Okay, they lane swap for the Rift Hold. We'll see if they try to leverage it anyway, because now I think they might actually stand a small chance. Marcus trading, he gets her to half health. Ult comes out, but Marcus stole the ult. He does have kill potential, full combo, but Syndra's gonna have to TP back in. I'm okay now sitting back, but I do like this play, relatively so, as long as they try to fight in this Rift Hold. Because if they move this bot lane top, then it's perfectly fine, but they just have to do something with that. And obviously you can see Blade, like, he's taking his time. He does not know where anyone's on the map right now. And he's just taking his time, waiting for the wave to arrive, and he's gonna collect his taxes now. But right now, they're fighting the Rift Hold, like we thought. Syndra does not have push right now, or the wave, but does not look like they're playing for the Rift Hold right now. Okay, Marcus. They traded quite heavily here. Marcus still has TP. If he reset, oh,
Out for...
flashes ult, and they're gone. Maokai does have his ult up, so does the Ezreal. We'll see if they can clean up in any way. Flash coming out of Sona, he escapes his E. Ult
Marcus
misses
wanted
from
to
the
go
Maokai.
back in there.
Well, if that hits, it's one of those things where you just throw it out for the fun, and then if it hits, it's doomed. Oh,
They do not
Well,
have
right
vision
now-
on the Sylas. They don't know.
Maokai comes in.
Okay.
It's just the tree fighting each other.
Meanwhile, bot lane went back bot lane, you would say, and Sylas gonna collect another kill. Aurelia, meanwhile, just casually taking that tower.
Yeah,
First
they got
tower.
first tower, the extra gold. She's funneled so hard right now. Like she's gonna come back. She's gonna have her item and 1,000 gold for a mythic. Bot lane's looking for a play here. Sort of no ult. They have heal. Exhaust coming out of the Ezreal. Q goes wide though. Venge is gonna run it down. All the Ezreal can do is just auto attack. And he ease out, but it might not be enough. The Venge just has so much passive move speed. And they're looking for the dive. The E comes out, auto, flash,
And
and
another.
Peng there to save them again.
Ivern just being there to clean up after his teammates dive. For the second time now.
Oh, you can't keep getting away with this. Oh, it's another Amazon Forest versus the Amazon Forest team fight. And from the looks of it, Penguin's getting his ass backed by the Maokai. So
Well,
now,
there is still a
Emilio comes
difference
in.
in stats there. Simply because Maokai is more of a tank champion. Just
Yeah.
has higher base stats. Meanwhile, Aurelia just goes in without
Bullshit
DQ
comes
reset.
out, Blade Surge goes in, and there's nothing you can do. He's just gonna get run down. If he breathes wrong, he's gone. Marcus trades 1-for-1. More favorable for the Marcus as the Syndra's gonna miss more waves. The waves pushing back into him. But yeah, this looks really dire for Banzer Esports. They're down 7k gold at 13 minutes. Obviously, this Rift Hold might leverage some things, but still, it's only gonna make the difference for about like a little bit. They're still gonna be down like 5,000 gold, and things just keep looking better for CTR as the game goes on. Like, Vayne's got the static now, so she can't get pushed in as much. Marcus got his Road of Ages before the Syndra. Ivern doesn't have to do anything this game,
Oh.
just relax, let his team out. Daisy coming out,
Ezreal
Joffrey
popped
Blade.
down in the bot lane.
TP'd in,
Just a slight bit.
and yeah. And they can't even contest any of the objectives anymore. It straight up just does not look like Banzer Esports can do anything. I think this game, unless it goes to 50 minutes banger, it might be a bit over for Banzer Esports.
I don't think you need to sugarcoat it. It is currently a 7k gold difference at almost 15 minutes. So you could say that CTR is kind of stomping through this game, more or less, with all of the lanes winning now, more or less. CS, even for the Sylas, who should be like who is in a ranged matchup, should be down CS. He is not. Jumphobal working on his 11 CS per minute. Not gonna get it yet. Also, Wayne has caught back up and also has gotten her 3 kills. Meanwhile, just a bit of banter in the mid lane, it seems.
Yeah, a little bit. They're playing for the midway push. And I think...
Oh my god.
Oh, another
And we're
Forger
back.
coming out. Blazers comes in, Cold, the Forger goes out, but it's not going to be anything enough to stop this Aurelia's rampage. They're just trying to do whatever they can to try and stop it, but she's just a menace in the side lane, and they can't really do anything about it. Even if they get the Maokai, she's just so ahead. Even questionable if she... Even there's a question to ask if, like, can she just try to 1v5 their team?
I'm not sure
think-
if there is not enough, like, if she is able to dodge, like, because most of their CC is, like, dodgeable, except for maybe the Maokai. But otherwise, she might just be able to, at least 1v4 at least. 'Cause
Yeah.
on next back, she
think-
will have her, I think is that a Triforce? That should be Triforce.
For John, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, Triforce doesn't build off
Wait,
bow.
what item
It's
is
Wit's
that?
End, I think.
Oh, Wit's End. Yeah,
must
of
be,
course.
yeah.
It must be.
But yeah, I think when you look at this game, like Banzer's esports condition was like get to the mid game, right? Set up for the objectives and just poke them out and hope that, well, they either die or give the objective away. But they just couldn't handle the early game from CTR. And now they have to pay the price. They have to suffer as their champion is just running them down whenever the opportunity arrives. Any mistake they do just gets punished instantly by them. And it looks like they were not able to punish them earlier. They were not able to leverage their bot push. And the Syndra was not able to leverage that she is pushing mid lane early on. Right now, they're just going to look to push some tires from the looks of it. They're going to just wait for the objectives. Right now, it doesn't look like anything's happening. I think they're playing quite 1-3-1. Marcus looking for a flank, though. Maokai might be in trouble. He can steal his ult as well. Oh, never mind. His ult's on cooldown. My bad. But anyway,
Nothing there yet.
what I'd like to see from CDR right now is play around this Irelia, set up vision on the blue side, try to play for that second tier tower, or maybe try to get this mid lane tower, and he just gets another dive. But does he die?
No.
W comes out.
It's Aurelia. Just press W.
Yeah. And they get this Rift Hold, which they'll probably use to open mid. But let's see if they'll try the Hail Mary, and the Hail Mary coming out, it rarely can do define the second. The TP is in 2 seconds, but ult comes out from Sona, Maokai ult goes in. But so they just can't kill any of them. Syndra ult hits the vein, but it's not enough.
Maybe getting
Marcus
slapped
goes
by the
and
Rift
flash.
Herald. Meanwhile, Aurelia hitting the ultimate. Not gonna. Oh, there we go.
And the fight is just cleaned up. Wasted game, the only person left on his team. Iboki coming out from the base, doing the walk of shame as his team falls down.
That was
And
a
yeah.
4-0 wipe. And if the Ornn was there, the thing is, I don't have. Did the Ornn have his ultimate up, or did he use it on Aurelia before?
I think it
If he
might have
could,
been up,
if
but
you could even have changed the tide of that fight at all.
I mean, yeah. The Rift Hole comes out, they're gonna open mid. It's probably gonna crash twice as well. At this stage, yeah, the C-tier is gonna look to break towers, do the objectives, and an actual good engage from the Ornn, but the ult goes wide. If they find something here, it might be actually decent for them. Shutdown might go to one of them. We'll see who's going to do. Ezreal got it as well. Rift Hold. They did get the tier 2 mid tower as well. Whilst the shutdown is big for the Ezreal, it is not big in the, you know, the perspective of the game. Like,
In
they're still
general
10k down.
perspective of the game, it's more like a slightly bigger drop of water right there in a vast ocean. That is the current gold lead between these, like, for CTR. We're scratching we almost scratched the 11k gold lead for a second there, but being able to pick up the shutdown made it more like 10k. We have reached the Flame Horizon and more. John Phobel is still working on his 11 CS per minute. The Maokai ult will catch some members of CTR. Otherwise, not much gonna happen there. Just a little bit of trading. Pingu eats a bit of that damage up. Otherwise,
Marcus does have the Maokai ult now.
Yes,
They're gonna
he
set up for the
does.
Cloud Drake, and they'll probably just give it. I think right now, like, John Phobel is the only person that's kind of contesting the top side, which is really good actually.
Ah.
Marcus takes out the Maokai ult, goes onto the Syndra. The E does not do anything against him. Ult goes out, but just does no damage, and they have to walk it out and say, no, he can just slaughter all of them.
What was that? Blast can fail.
Oh.
I have to call out everything now, because oh my god. Okay, we talked about the 1v5, but seems we're wait, never mind. Okay, now she goes down.
Yeah. Stoner got the shutdown. Now she's gonna 1v5 the game. I don't make the rules.
I know it's hard. It's hard to cause games like these because it's just. Okay, we are close to the 12k goal now. For CTR.
Oh, but it's 420 at least.
At least some. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
What good thing about this?
Shout out to my guys. Oh. I mean, yeah, what's gonna happen now? They're just gonna set up Baron, and Banzer's gonna try to either contest it, either give it. I feel like when they do this Baron, they have to kind of just try and take it, because if they don't do that, well, they're gonna just open 3 inhibs and try to end the game. TPing into Daisy. Yeah, it looks quite dire for them, and it does not look like they're gonna be contested. I think when these situations happen, like, they're gonna reset, they all have the same tempo. Obviously, Vayne's gonna push out the mid wave, maybe not. But
Guess not.
they all gonna go down mid, they all gonna get the inhib, they're gonna look for the top tower afterwards, and either you fight them, or you let them open the entire base and just hope for the best. I mean, like, how can... Let's say hypothetical, how does Banzer already win this game?
Oh my god, you gonna throw me under the bus like that? Okay, I think... Oh god. Like,
Those you coming out,
there's-
Sidra just kind of do anything. So go on.
he's just playing with him. Oh no. Oh no.
Wait, does she escape? She has
No,
flash as
she
well.
doesn't. I don't think it, yeah, there's a ward, there's a flash.
Oh, you just
We're
too much
just,
move speed as well.
gonna watch this now. Who cares about mid lane? There's the
He's
wave.
gonna Q to the back minion. and
Q's
it's over.
back on the back wave. Plays with him a little bit more. There we go.
I do kind of like this play because it delays their
okay,
death,
we got
so
a
they have more time.
TP getting
TP gets cancelled by Vayne, and he dies.
Dies for it. Yeah. I'm sorry, Barca fans. I feel like you might
They
like
exist.
the CTR is currently dealing enough damage to kill him for another game.
Yeah, the strategy. Like,
Is a
I think-
tragedy. It's a slaughter.
they're just coming up in 5 seconds. But even then, like, it's just not looking the best for Bowser Esports right now.
Okay, back to the question before. I think everybody of CTR just has to run it down into Ezreal. That may be the only chance they have to dive. They have to found to dive in all that. But it doesn't look like they're gonna do that. Instead, they're just gonna claim a 23-minute victory over Barzar Esports.
Yeah.
That is, well. Oh, there we go. There.
Yeah.
No. Oh God, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you about this. It's
I mean, it's unlucky from Bowser, right? I think they kind of messed up the draft, you know? They didn't respect Irelia that much.
they
I guess, like,
did not respect the Irelia at all.
and they just didn't, they draft, like, 2 losing lanes, and they never leveraged the mid lane play either. I think it's unlucky the way the early game went. I think if this game was played, like, 10 different times, I think, like, the draft is just so favorable for CTR that, like, they win it, like, 80% of, like, maybe not 80, but, like, 60% of the time. Like, the only way Banzer ever wins that is, like, if they just, like, somehow miraculously go even through the entire early game, but it just seems so hard against their comp.
Oh yeah. Also, you can't forget that CTR always had the safety net of the 2 enchanters on their side and the hyperscaling Vayne, of course. Aurelia's late game is also not as horrible as some might think. If you ever had a 6-item Irelia ruin your ranked games, you can you might be able to talk about that. Definitely couldn't be me. Also, I think the only like part of CTR's comp that would actually be outscaled through the mid to late game would have been Marcus. and his Silas, but he's already like he was always able to grab a nice ultimate with the big selection that Barza had on their side, with the Ornn ultimate, with the Maokai ultimate, also with Sona being able like always get a pick. Of course, not able to draw all of the damage out of a fully stacked Cinder ultimate, but that's like another like just drop in a vast ocean of just advantage on CTR's side. Well, I think they have learned a valuable lesson for the next time they will be facing CTR. Ben, don't fumble Aurelia, otherwise you will get hurt.
Yeah, 100%.
But I think we can go into a short break. We'll be right back with another caster replacing yours truly, since I was more or less swapped in last minute. Was a pleasure to cast. But I'm gonna give this over to the one actually in charge. The one and only Casual Cutie. We're gonna be going to the break, and after that, I won't be here anymore. With that words, I'm gonna say bye bye. See you after the break.
Hearing voices from afar. Join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
I think we're live. Yes, I think we are live. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the EAL. I'm sorry I couldn't make the first cast. Had some brilliant casters on there already. Obviously, Frontline Doggo and my good boy Diamond. Filling my
that'd be-
shoes as well as you can. Hello, welcome. Frontline Doggo is still with us, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's obvious. You can see that. I can't see that because I'm looking at the draft at the moment. But, yep, still with us. And this is a shame because I love watching a good CTR win, especially one that locks them at the top of the table. So, unfortunately, I didn't get to cast that, but I'm glad to be casting these upcoming games. And it looks like there are going to be a few bangers. Don't you think so, Doggo?
Yeah, 100%. Well, Panthers versus Spot Section. Both good teams. Both teams that can lock in the top 6 for playoffs. Yeah.
I think it's actually insane looking at the Group B standings at the moment. So many teams within a single win of now. Okay, maybe that's because there are 3 teams at the bottom that are 1 and 7. If you took 3 wins of everyone above them, it would be maybe a little bit less impressive. But still, these teams are so close, and this playoff seeding does matter. You want to be dodging a team like a Lost Nation. You want to be dodging an Invicta. You want to be getting that top 2 slot, which I do think maybe is locked by Cosmic Transcendence and Barzo at the moment. To be able to get that first round bye into playoffs. So it's big matches, important for everyone here. And with the teams so neck and neck, every win counts. And it's especially important for a team like Spot Section, who's 1 win behind the pack at the moment. Obviously, I think it will come down to tiebreakers once we get to that point, right? Because if statistically, I think there are going to be a couple of teams that are tied. But it's going to be it's a really close Group B. So this match, Wild Panthers wanting to push themselves to that next level, Spot Section wanting to show that they're on the level of everyone else. I can't wait to get into it.
Yeah, 100%. A lot of close teams in Group B, I think. And it's not even that they're bad, it's that they're just generally all evenly decent or good. And obviously, when looking at Group A, I think there's top dogs and the middle dogs, right? You got Invictus, you got Lost Nations. Those are like the big top dogs right now that you for sure want to avoid. Locking the top 2 is a huge advantage for your playoffs run. And we're into the draft right now.
We're into the draft already. So we have Wild Panthers on blue. We have Spot Section on red. I didn't get too much of a chance to look at these rosters because I didn't know which rosters were playing until recently. But that Nocturne ban seems targeted.
I got you.
And so does the Carthus.
Wild Panthers, very basic team. They play a solo top laner, you know, like somebody that can survive on their own island. A jungler that has early prio, like Maokai, Poppy, that type of stuff. Mid laner, always a control mage, like Victor, Syndra. They love those champions, and the bot lane is always something that pairs up well. It's to the paper, to the core. Like it's a book play, it's a book draft. It's really nice to watch.
Yeah.
You know exactly where they're gonna go. And Spot Section, oddly enough, they also play by the book. They like to adapt to the enemy draft and try to leverage their game by the way they drafting.
Well, I can see some OP picks, some picks that can really take over the game, taken off there by Wild Panthers. They lock in the Maokai, very reliable champion. I have a good friend who said she would never touch Maokai and has gone on the win streak with it since, been slamming that down. As we also see Kai'Sa slam down, this draft progressing at a breakneck pace. Kai'Sa, one of those champions that wants to be up in your grill, not something like a Jinx, not something like a Caitlyn. Maybe a little bit better repositioning around those tangling roots coming out from the Maokai, but something that might be susceptible to that twisted advance. But the Rel lock in here suggests to me that this Spot Section bot lane needs to be looking aggressively here. These are 2 go forwards, run at you champions, and that says to me, well, it sort of speaks to me as to the hunger, the aggression that this Spot Section draft wants to be looking for.
Yeah, 100%. 2 very meta picks right now. Kai'Sa and Rel, maybe not the strongest like laning phase, but team fights are gonna be crazy with these 2.
Rel could be a flex. I highly doubt it. Xayah is one of the champions that are very good into those diving compositions, right? You have that Featherstorm. You can obviously pull back those feathers with that Blade Caller. If everyone's on top of you, everyone's getting shredded for 3 quarters of their health. Everyone's getting rooted up with a follow-up route from something like a Maokai. Especially when the Rakan is open as well. Rel's traditionally seen as a pretty good answer into the Rakan because you can skill check him with that Snap Repel. Rakan is banned. Thank you for reminding me, production. So we're not going to see a Rakan here. But instead, a Janna is also a good... They're very similar champions when you think about it. They both got a shield. They both got a knockup. But obviously, Janna being a lot stronger on that disengaged front means that Wild Panthers are just trying to set themselves up stylistically against this Spot Section draft, as you talked about.
Yeah, 100%. And we'll see what they'll try to solidify the team comp with. Are they going to fully go? And the Wukong comes out, a very good early game jungler. Still pretty good, even though the nerfs came out a few patches ago. But people still love playing that jungler. And the ban's obviously coming out. I think Wild Panthers team comp is really good in this right now. Spot Session just wants to go in, like you said. They
Yeah.
just want to go start fights and try to outplay them. But Wild Panthers do have the Maokai saplings, the Jana Q. You the Yasuo out? Oh, holy. Wait. And the Victor's
Yasuo
coming
would
up.
be kind of disgusting here, but then again, I'm not sure it would because, as you said, Spot Section are stylistically outmatched here a little bit. They are full go forwards. Janna loves when you play into her. Zaya loves playing into these shorter range compositions. Maokai with those saplings as well. Very nicely said. Spotting out these Wukong flanks, these Veil flanks, just makes it so much harder. Getting a free ward every 10 seconds is kind of disgusting.
Man. Now hear me out. Through this entire time, Wild Panthers always picked like some sort of like isolated top laner. You know, like a
Mhm.
Set, like an Ornn, maybe a Sion. But there's a
Yeah.
Malphite ban coming out.
Ooh.
And that's a champion that their top laner does play. And their top laner also wants to play carry champions soon. They were always
Ooh.
asking to play the carry champions. And when I see this Malphite ban, maybe, just maybe, they want to play the Jace Maokai combo. Maybe they
Yeah.
just want to force it.
Look, I just think Jace is pretty good into these competitions on die fours as well, because if you can poke them out, right, the idea is their health bars are too low to be able to go in, and they just get blown up by stuff like this Featherstorm, as we talked about. Malphite, though, I want to mention, is another champion that just goes forwards and pushes R, which just seemed to be the Spot Section idea at the moment. Ornn locked in, though, blind in the top lane. No Braum going to be coming out to counter that. You don't really want to be blinding Yasuo as well, especially into such an explosive team comp. So Ornn will be able to force things out like that Featherstorm into the immobile carries of Wild Panthers. Should be able to hold up well, but there's that carry you talked about. The one thing it does leave you open to is stuff like this Fiora. You said the Wild Panthers top laner wants to be able to play these carries. They're going to get the chance to do this game.
They locked it in. They thought they can take away the Ornn pick from them. They thought they're going to play weak side again, but they're here to prove them wrong.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to turn it upside down and try to win through topside this game. For sure.
Yeah, and I mean, I look at the Spot Section draft. There's no one that can really match on the side lane all that well. Wukong doesn't want to be up there. Kaiserel doesn't really want to be up there. Sure, your Collapse is very good, but it's hard to lane any of these champions into a Fiora, especially once she gets that Trinity Force. Once she gets that Hullbreaker, she's going to be doing bits against your turret. So you need to pick something here on last pick in the mid lane that can support this lane, right, that can lane into this Fiora as the game goes on, something with a lot of range trade clear, something that can maybe even draw her early or later. But we're gonna have to see 1 second left. The Vel'Koz comes through. I assume this is somewhat of a comfort pick, doesn't really fit stylistically with the draft, and certainly cannot match Fiora in that top lane. But I think if you watch LCS recently, they picked Vel'Koz, and that champion can just put out enormous amounts of damage if you hit those skill shots. However, you are leaving this Fiora unanswered. Syndra as well, early on, is going to be able to get the push into this Vel'Koz. Looking at these two drafts, I have to give it to the Wild Panthers. Just the way their team comps play out, the fact that they have so much disengage into this hard engage comp from Spot Section. These Ornn ults, I think, are crucial to winning these fights. They're going to be what blows these big cooldowns early on, going to be blowing those Nature's Wrath, going to be blowing those Featherstorms, most importantly, on Zaya here. But we'll have to see if it plays out in the game.
Just to point out, I just want to point out the bans this game as well. The Zyra, the Victor, these are comfort picks for Wild Panthers. The enemy support, the Wild Panthers support being a 1,000 games Zyra player this season, and Victor being their mid laner's huge comfort pick. And obviously, these are like the bans that always going to come out. And to point out on the Vel'Koz as well, was it BB that played it on Immortals?
I believe so, and Immortals have been struggling recently. But I think Vel'Koz did alright in that game. But yeah, it's going to be really... It's not something you see too often, but a really high skill cap champion. And I do think you need some sort of an X factor here for your Spot Section to be able to recover this draft. So nicely done by them to find it at least. But we're going to have to see how they come out on the Rift. I know I said I favor the Wild Panthers draft. What about you, Doggo?
I think Wild Panthers 100%. They came here to ball. They got all the baller picks, and they got their comfort. They know what they want to do. They know exactly how they want to play. And
I think
they're quite shaky because I think they don't have their style. They always try to adapt their draft in every game. Sometimes they lose because they try to make the perfect draft. They cook a little bit too hard, and the pot falls, and they boil.
I mean, there's something that I've done a little bit of draft coaching from time to time. Something that I noticed a lot was where you go into a draft with a plan and don't really adapt that plan as the draft goes on, right? You see Kaiserel locked in 1-2 here. yes, this is a bot lane that really wants to play aggressively. But when you see Xayah Janna locked in on the enemy team, you can't keep on with that theme. You need to look for something else, right? You can't just be diving forwards. Picks like the Wukong, on kind of a diver as well, right? Definitely something short range. You need to be able to play for this outrage, and one jungler isn't going to be enough. I do see, yeah, I see what you mean about the overcooking here. Maybe an overforce on this style here from the spot section comp. But then again, they do have a lot easier game plan, right? They don't have to worry so much about the side lanes, Fiora. It's one thing that teams really struggle with at this level of play, I find, is getting the Fiora into those positions where she's not just collapsed upon. It does actually have the time to pressure those turrets in the side lanes. Because if she does get collapsed on, there's a whole hell of a lot of collapse coming out from this spot section roster. So we are going to have to see once we make it into game.
Yeah, 100%. I couldn't say it any better. And I guess we're going for the 5-minute break, right?
Yeah, we should just be a couple of minutes. Obviously, they are not on Tournament Realm, so we're just going to be heading to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Important match for playoffs, seeding, spot section versus Wild Panthers. We'll catch you on the Rift.
We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight
on to the Rift. We have the Panthers on blue side. We have spot section, that's it. Spot section on red. We're finally into game. Had a few technical difficulties, but we are chilling now. Both these teams on the Rift. We did talk a little bit about how these comps want to work. Nikiri in the top lane wants to be split pushing. The rest of spot section need to be engaging hard into the Wild Panthers lineup. It's going to be difficult into this Xayah, into this Janna, and into this Maokai. But we're going to have to see if they can find these engages, if they can find a really good flank with Wukong despite the saplings. There is a chance they can win out on these 5 versus 5s, but they will have this ticking time bomb of this Fiora to deal with as the game goes on.
Yeah, 100%. There's going to be, I think, there's going to be a lot of action in bot lane. There's going to be a lot of action in top lane. And I'd like to point something out. Now, Wild Panthers have their actual jungler. Before, it was their coach subbing in for a couple games.
Ooh.
But it looks like they finally found somebody to take the place.
Well, Wukong's going to have to get a lot done early, I think. The draft is very much in favor of the Panthers. But if Wukong obviously can find a couple of games. I've been in a couple of games with snowballing Wukong, and they're about as devastating as a rampaging monkey in real life. So I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that if I was the Panthers. So damage control, vision control, really important in the early game.
They should have just like me. Yeah, I think if this Wukong gets ahead, it might be almost like their win condition, to be honest. This Wukong getting ahead is very important. Keep coming out, cancels the engage. It's tragic for spot section bot lane right now.
Yeah, and that's kind of why Janna is such a good counter pick into the rel. You can have the reaction speed of a boomer who doesn't even play the game and only casts, and still cancel any sort of knockup that Dreamweaver wants to go for, not just with your Tornado, but also with your Monsoon, right? It's just so hard for Rel to find any sort of engage here. So reliant on getting into the middle of everyone, and especially with that Glacial Augment, that's not going to be an easy task.
Yeah, 100%. And looking at the top as well, they're having the push in right now. Looks like Maokai is going to full clear. Oh, well, he's on the jump right now. He might be looking for something.
I think he's
with
just
the
gonna
Scuttle Crab.
he's gonna 3-camp into top lane. I think he hasn't taken his Krugs, but I don't think he can. Maybe just look to fight for the Scuttle Crab with the priority in the top lane. Whereas you see Leon passing down towards the bot lane, but look at that wave crashing in on top.
Is it cheater Rico angle? Or are they just looking for the Scuttle Crab?
I think just looking to make sure that Scuttle Crab goes their way, getting some vision down. Not gonna get any information, but we'll know if Leon did come for a gank. Obviously, we as the audience know they aren't, and are gonna actually look for the recall as well.
Ooh. Yeah, I think. Yeah, it makes sense. I think if he did it instantly, it makes a lot of sense. But they realize now that the wave is a bit too thin for them to recall.
Yeah, but that's fine. I think Sphera is still perfectly happy in the top lane. Even going even with the... Usually, going even against an All in CS, not that great. But Fiora obviously less powerful in the other levels and scales up to be just such a late game monster. Even the ornaments, I think, don't counteract just the amount of split push potential that the champion, 1v1 dueling that the champion can make happen. So it just feels like it's, as I said before, it's a ticking time bomb here for spot section. They are going to pick up this crab, so at least, getting something for their troubles. But
Yeah,
one crab
100%.
is not going to win you the game.
They're getting some vision in. The Maokai is on the other side of the map, obviously, and it looks like obviously Vampire knows that they're playing on their side, and it looks like it's gonna be a skirmish mid side.
Maybe going in for the engage. Leon, no hard CC means it's hard for Wukong to set up the flash away. Oh no, just clone away. Will be followed by Serotonix. Going to be turned out quite low. Velko's early damage is quite strong. So is Wukong forcing out the flash. Leon and Lucifer do find something in this early game.
Oh, it's quite unlucky. They wanted to obviously chunk the jungler to try and make something happen, I guess. But Vampire just did not have enough mana to follow up the trade, and Lucifer and Leon just take the full advantage of that, forcing the flash out. Maokai escaped just barely, and bot lane building up a wave. Maybe they'll be looking for something here, but right now, both the lanes kind of just relaxing, chilling, and I assume when the objectives come up, something will start cooking.
You do get the flash off Serotonix. It's going to make it a lot harder to find any sort of gank potential with this Maokai as in this early game for at least the next 5 minutes. But you haven't blown the flash on Vampire, which means you haven't even done step 1 of killing the mid laner. You need to blow the flash, then you need to blow that health bar. Neither of those have happened, so especially with that teleport and pocket, Vampire, despite, being a little bit low on mana for that trade, not able to follow up on the Maokai's damage, still going to be sitting pretty chilling in this mid. Now, Vel'Koz does have a lot of lethality. That laser does do a lot of damage. especially against an immobile target like Vampire on this Syndra, who won't be able to dash out of it. But it's on Vampire to really give those options over to Lucifer. And I think if you're on the Wild Panthers team, you realize that you're still happy as the game goes on. You don't need to play aggressive. You don't necessarily need to fight for prio. Leon hasn't been able to find much on these ganks yet. Obviously, we'll be hitting level 6. We'll be a little bit more lethal then. But
Ooh.
until that happens, you don't need to look
Tornado
for
might
something,
come
but they
from
are.
Janna here.
Yeah,
Nobody comes
going
out.
in. Tornado comes out. Lucifer dropped down to half health. Flash forced over the wall. Dreamweaver is here to support, but not much more than moral support, if I'm perfectly honest. Nice.
They do get the
bio.
flash out.
Yeah, nicely done in the mid lane. Getting the flash on Vel'Koz, once again, is an immobile mage like this Syndra, has to play a lot safer in lane.
And if you look at the Vel'Koz and the Syndra still has a health bot. The Vel'Koz is completely out. If he gets chunked right now, it's gonna be quite a bad situation for him. He's already half health, and if the Syndra just levels that, he's gonna have to just TP in quite an awkward angle. And if that happens, they could leverage that for a Drake if they play it well. Right
Yeah.
now,
Especially because the unleashed teleport time has come up in 4 minutes, right? Well, 3.5 minutes at this
Yeah.
point. The last time you really want to be teleporting in lane phase is that 4-minute mark. So you either go all in or you basically try not to use the teleport. Because having that TP advantage for stuff like dives, or even stuff like these Drake plays, you mentioned it, I think, during the break, right? Sometimes these teams will just not save their teleport, get caught out on these neutral objectives, and suffer a massive teamfight loss for it. But it looks like everyone in this game holding onto their TP. As I say that, Krydle does use theirs in the top lane, so there's going to be no honest. There's actually a first blood in the mid lane. Sorry, I didn't focus on it. I didn't think a kill was coming through. But Syndra's unleashed power is just so effective. Finds Leon, despite flashing away, the ability had already tethered on. And Vampire with maybe a bit of an illegal first blood.
it's just so brutal for spot section. They invest all these resources mid. Wukong coming in 3 separate times, and so does the Wild Panthers team comes so many times mid, but Wild Panthers just come on top. They didn't even need a jungler support. They just
Yeah.
turned it on their own, and now it feels like the mid lane is so much in favor of Wild Panthers. And a top gang coming in, leveraging their whole idea of the game.
But look who's on here. It's Leon. Fiora still holds parry for this knockup. Stun coming out. Krydle drops so low, but Leon forcing away Seradontix and Nikiri, not wanting to risk it. And I do respect that. They know they win naturally as the game goes on. Maybe you could have got one onto Krydle, definitely got their flash. But they understand that they don't need to and just back off.
Yeah, 100%. Even though this Orange survives, it's still quite bad for him. He has no TP right now. He has to walk all the way there, and he's gonna miss a couple mini waves just because of that. Maybe not. And Vel'Koz has to ult the mid wave right now just to push out the Syndra. Maybe they'll be able to leverage here some sort of objective. And it looks like the Janna moved top to try and start this Rift Herald.
Yeah,
She
you
may
mentioned
not
during
be
the
able to see
break. You mentioned during the break the spot section are really, really by the book as a team. We can see it right here from this Herald rotation, right? Limca has their Feather Storm. They're fairly safe in the spot lane as long as they don't really troll it into Trollcock and Dreamweaver, especially with both of those summoners up. So Noxie just walks up top lane, picks up this Herald for free, and despite spot section having all the early tools they need to find this proactivity, they're not able to do it.
Yeah, I respect this play as well. When you have the Zaya, even though it's quite an aggressive champion, they can put out a lot of damage. You don't have to worry about them. You can leave them in lane for a bit. They'll one-shot the wave. The Janna can free roam for this Rift Herald, right? You don't have to worry about that. And they used their timers pretty well, and they were able to get the Rift Herald. And now we'll see how they can leverage it. Hopefully, they might put it top to get this Fiora ahead, or even better, maybe they'll try to open up the mid turret.
I'd really like to see spot section do something on the other side of the map, and they are going to cross map for this Ocean Drake. They're a little bit slow on it, but Serotonix, as we enter a pause, Serotonix is hanging about on this top side, looking to try and dive onto Krydle as well, maybe realizing that this Ocean Drake has been started up, so trying to cross map the cross map, so to speak.
Yeah, 100%. So far, it's quite by the book, like we were talking about, right? They got the Rift Herald, they cross map on the other side of the map, and even though like top lane's not looking the best from the bird's eye view, like they're quite even, right? Maybe Nikiri has a bit of a level advantage. She's gonna hit level 8 before Ornn, but CS wise, they're even. Mid lane, even though like that's the only leverage they have, and they're only up by 1,000 golds right now, and it'll be even out after they get this Drake and after they catch bait with the wave as well. So far the game is relatively even. But we'll only see how, I guess, the whole game plays out. Will they be able to find some sort of angle on Wild Panthers, or will Wild Panthers just be able to play back to front very well?
Well, I think it's their time's running out, right? Like, obviously, you can be explosive, as we mentioned, in these team fights, but you need to have items to do that. You need to have gold to do that, because the comp does kind of need to get onto one target, lock them down in one shot, or get onto as many targets can fit in an AoE, right? As many targets can fit in a Magnet Storm, as many targets can fit in a Cyclone. Lock them up and blow them. No, lock them down and blow them up. You know, either works. Either way works. But one of those two needs to happen. But if someone like Syndra isn't going to go for the crown, I thought maybe the crown would be pretty good. Maybe not into Vel'Koz. But if you can't lock down Kai'Sa, if you can't blow this Featherstorm early, if you can't get enough damage through a Monsoon and through all of these Eye of the Storm shields coming out from disabled Noxie, then it even, like, in the best case scenario, it's going to be super, super difficult to win out in these 4 versus 4s that they are looking to try and force.
Oh, and do we pause again?
This is a bug. This happens. Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
Riot still, they've got some interesting choices with their spectate mode. But yeah, Dragon was picked up here by Sports Section. So nice done by them. As we said, this is the final cross map for the Herald. Krydle though, with this Herald in top lane, maybe looking to funnel even more into Nakiri.
Yeah, they might be able to tire. I doubt they can tire them right now, but Call the Forge Good is down. I think they might just go ahead and try to whittle down the tower.
Yeah,
Vel'Koz is moving
what's he
right
gonna do? Like, what's Krydle gonna do? They're just gonna smack him. Well, they're just gonna smack him in the turret. It's an Ornn, man. I know Ornn has a lot of burst damage as kit, but not quite enough yet. As Lucifer, I think, took a bit of a bad trade there with Seratonics. Walked up towards top lane, wasn't able to get much on, but we see here the map is basically split in half. Recall cancelled by Seratonics in the top lane. Nicely done by Leon here to at least try and get something on the other side of the map. And will steal away a couple of these Raptors. Is pretty far ahead on farm compared to Seratonics, but with Seratonics, with that level 6, still going to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like Malco tried to set up some deep vision in the enemy jungle, as they might expect Wukong being in their jungle right now. However, we're not too sure. If you're looking Vampire's positioning, she might not be too sure about this. And Gang comes out, Cyclone goes up, and Vel'Koz.
The flash away, the laser is true, but it's a 1-for-1 once again. Leon underestimating the damage and now caught up in those grasping roots. Knocked back with the Bramble Smash. Seratonics looking to pick up Lucifer. The level up will give them a little bit of health. The knockback is there. Maokai with not just enough. Meanwhile, on the top, the double flash means Lucifer will survive. But then the top lane, Krydle ends up solo killed by Nakiri on just a sliver of health left. But now we head back towards the mid lane. But look who's here. Dreamhaver on the roam. Oh no, the sapling won't be enough to take down Lucifer. But Seratonics should be able to get out, especially with Bramble Smash blocking any sort of rel engage. Still, 1-for-1. Favors the Panthers. I mean, getting on the board does feel nice, but especially when your top lane is getting solo killed after just walking back into lane, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
you are bleeding.
It does feel so bad for them, right? They get this clean angle on Vampire, and after that, he still gets killed on the turret, just one shot by Unleashed Power, and it just keeps getting worse and worse. The Nakiri gets a solo kill on Ornn. However, they still have more opportunities to make a comeback for this game.
I mean, they do, but as I said, those opportunities are running out, right? Like, I keep saying it, but they need to be finding better stuff than 1-for-1 in the mid lane. We see first mythic completion here on towards Vampire, looking for something more. Vampire, once again, the victim, does have the stun though, will be able to make their way out as yet more time for yet more, well, not lack of success. They have killed them at least once, but Leon still struggling so much around this mid lane.
They did chunk them a bit, but it looks like bot lane just full isolation this game, right? Like, right now, however, a play coming out of Dreamweaver.
Oh, here comes the Magnet Storm. Lucifer does manage to find one on, found out in the mid lane. The exhaust comes down though. Linker, very risky situation. The flash comes out, the shield is there. The damage is not quite enough. Seratonics here to support, so they chose to turn onto Moki. The flash, the pullback will at least get one for their troubles. I don't think you should be fighting this, Sarah. Limka healing up with the potion. They're trying to find something happen. The root comes down. The damage is so huge from this Maokai. Root up already. Vampire is in to support Linka. Will get taken out by Trollcup, but it's a 2-for-2 in the end. Vampire looking to claim even more, sucking the life force out of Sport Nation.
Every single time they try to make a play and something goes well for them, it just claps back at them. Wild Panthers just always there to get something back for every play they try to make. However, now they can maybe leverage this Kai'Sa being ahead, even though 2 kills and the rope, maybe they can do something with that.
I mean, it's a fake glimmer of hope. It's probably the only lane in the game that has. Well, I won't say probably. I'll say certainly the only lane in the game that has a gold lead at this point, right? But
Yeah.
you're still. You are a BF sword up, almost. Ah, I see the boots. But you are at least on parity with your opposing laner in the bot lane. Can't be said for anywhere on the rest of the map, as Nigiri taking a nice trade here against Krydle. Not going to come anything of it. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Rel is looking for the collapse. Not
Break
going to
coming
find
up.
anything.
They're setting up for it right now, trying to get the mid-wave push in. Vampire did get chunk. TP is available though.
TP is certainly available for every single member on both. Well, every member that has it on both these teams. But in the bot lane, Trollcock running down Limca, able to run away, but chunked out to half. That could be huge for this potential Drake fight. It's going to be a 4 versus 5 because Limca is not one of the characters that has teleport. Meanwhile, there's dive happening on the bot lane. We see Leon go in for the kill. Trollcock is able to pick it up themselves. Nicely
And,
done.
yeah.
Leon does finally find something.
You know, you're probably already gonna get this Drake because Zio's gonna reset. Maybe they can still contest it. Maybe though you're less hesitant to give it now, but I think they still have a chance to try and take it back. With the Syndra, I think they have a chance just to one-shot one of them. Maybe even one-shot the Kai'Sa straight up, but we'll see if
Sport
they just
Nation
cross map.
do need to like pull the trigger fairly shortly, but Limca is another 20 seconds out. But the cross map does come through. I feel like if they turn instantly onto the Drake, they can get that and reset for Herald. But you're losing out on the cross up side of the map. 450 gold into Nikiri's back pocket. They sort of decided to ignore this Fiora, which is one way of dealing with your problems. So I've been told. Well, so I found out it doesn't actually help as the game goes on. And Herald will also go over to Serotonix to show you getting something back. And you're looking for a found the mid lane. Vampire flashing away will not save them. Trollcock with the ult in. Maybe even would have got the kill with the unleashed power, but Trollcock gets one. A shutdown onto this Kai'Sa as well. And we talked about how Trollcock is the shining light here for the Sport Nation lineup. Really is now 5, 1, and 0. Could you press X so we can have a look at the gold, please? See how much gold they got for that. Another 2,000 gold in their back pocket. 1.5k over their lane opponent, who does get a turret, equals out the gold a little bit. But this Kai'Sa is doing a whole hell of a lot to make sure this gold lead is only 2,000 in favor of the Panthers.
Yeah, 100%. I think after the Rift Hold, they tried to push in the midway, but they overextended slightly and got called out by the Arnold. A nice turnaround from spot section. And right now, even though, like you said, the Kai'Sa is ahead, and I did argue that she might be the light of the game, but it still looks quite dire the more you look at it, right? I think the Fiora is fully kicking in. She has Divine Sunder now. The Syndra can straight up just one-shot the Kai'Sa whenever she feels like it at this stage. And we just have to see if they can find some sort of angle to punish, well, Panthers again.
If there is one very skill-expressive champion, it is Kai'Sa, maybe the second most skill-expressive ADC on my mind, behind Vayne. So maybe just able to duck, dodge, and weave behind all of these skill shots coming out from Panthers. But yeah, if there's one AD carry I think I would want to try and 1v9 on, it would be Kai'Sa, but you never want to have to try and 1v9, right?
Yeah, that's just. I guess you could put Draven in the bag, you could put Ezra in the bag, but for sure Kai'Sa's up there as one of the big dogs.
I meant like, you know, like I was thinking like, she's like mini Vayne, is my point, basically. Look, there's a lot of difficult AD carries. It's a difficult role, whatever. I know Dom's gonna be smiling and I said that, but it is one of the more, I think she has a lot of outplay potential in these fights, is my point.
Yeah, I agree. I fully agree. If you look at her build as well, she's not going the static Nexus build, right? I think a lot of people have been copying that. She's going the full crit. She's going to try to play quite a standardized marksman, right? Try to go in for the big damage over time rather than just poke. And I think it works really well with the team comp right now, because I don't think they'll be looking to hold objectives. They'll be looking for an angle here. But I think right now the game, even more ahead for Wild Panthers, but the game's kind of evened out from just the Kai'Sa being ahead, and still again, I think it's they're in win condition. I think what I like to see now is for them to try and try and contest this Fiora on the side lane, because if they just let her keep farming and try and just hope that the Ornn can do something against her, it might devolve into a big problem down the line.
I think both of these teams have something they need to contest. Obviously, you talked about Nakiri in the top lane needs to be contested by someone not named the Thorn. And I think it's going to be very difficult for Sports Nation to find the person to do that. But on the other hand, this is 2 Drakes. And the next one coming up in a minute 30. This could be a 25-minute soul for the Sport Nation lineup. Infernal Soul is one of the better souls as well. Does give you that burst. We talked about how much their comp wants to burst down 1 or 2 members and continue fight momentum from there. It does help out a lot with that. So it's kind of puts the Panthers in a weird... It's going to be a weird game of chicken around this last Drake, I think. Do you send this Fiora, or do you keep her in the side lane? Do you send Krydle to try and help out with the team fight, or do you stop Fiora from taking your base? I think it's going to be so interesting to see what these teams choose to do in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, 100%. Especially now looking at it, the Ornn might not have... Ornn's TP might not be ready for... Actually, it'll probably be ready. But when you look at it, like, how does Fiora really team fight, right? She's not the best team fighter, but what she needs to find is some sort of flank angle, right? And then she can TP behind them, be ready to have some sort of... be already on objective and look for some sort of like side entrance. She's not really going to be able to do much unless they do the vault something for that Fiora flank. And it's kind of similar to Spot Session where they can't just directly run at them because the Janna Cyclone, the Zaya ult, and even Maokai, and to be honest, most of Wild Panther's team, they're going to have to look for some sort of side entrance as well. They're going to have to look for some sort of opening that Wild Panther just cannot see.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult, but well, we'll have to see if they can make it happen as the Drake now has spawned up. Started up immediately by Sports Station. Keep your eyes on the Fiora, has a massive wave stacked up in that top lane, but the Drake is going down very fast, and sadly, it's the the Panthers who are trying to engage, but that Ornhorn, that Called the Forge God, doing work to keep them away. Drake burning down, and the Panthers not able to find the fight.
It's kind of tragic. Also, they tried to... Like, they instead of putting...
Can we look at top lane quickly? Never mind, there's a fight going on. Serotonic's looking to try and cancel out this recall. Fiora here, the wave has mostly died. Sports Station though, trying to claim this mid lane turret as well. Here comes the engage. Top lane turret has been destroyed, but the root lands onto those overstaying in the mid lane. Serotonic's have dropped quite low, forced to flash away. Vampire looking to try and find something. Doesn't make it happen. Leon alive, taking down, but it won't be enough. So Fiora does get that tier 2 in the top lane, gets some decent damage on that tier 3 as well, but now is being a bit collapsed on. Nice ult away by Trollcock, going to keep them alive. Nakiri flashing out. Vampire forced to flash out as well. Nice Monsoon stops Leon's engage. I think the Cyclone would have torn the Panthers apart, but they managed to limp themselves away. Still though, it is now sole points for the Sports Nation's lineup. Sure, you lose out on 1 turret on your top lane, but I still think you feel pretty happy, unless, of course, the Panthers get this Baron.
Yeah, 100%. I think it was the order of the way the things went. Like, they tried to... They put 4 people in the Drake, even though they're not trying to contest it. It turns into them trying to get mid tower afterwards, which Wild Panthers were, I guess, maybe trying to cancel Baxter and Nakiri to get that tier 2, but it turned into them being able to run them down, chase them down, make them reset. And altogether, that all led for them to getting a Baron. That's quite a crazy sequence of events with the way it went. Like, kind of... I'm not even sure if you can call it a misplay, but it was quite well played in every other way apart from the Drake start.
Yeah, I mean, nicely done to be able to... Yeah, it's hard if you don't have position on the objective, right? Wild Panthers, you said they do things by the book. Didn't, you know, we're a little bit slacking, a little bit like Soviet administrators. They're a little bit behind the time. It's fine. We will engage on them after Drake has started. Didn't end up working out. So, yeah, nicely done to pick up the Drake there by Sports Nation, but... You know,
they tried to show up to the party for the Drake, but then they realized that one of their boys was missing, so they just did not know what to do, so they were waiting.
Yeah, but then again, as you said, nice collapse. Nakiri not even teleporting down for any of that, and I think, yeah, this collapse from Sports Nation, a little bit ill-fated. Like, I think, funnily enough, it was the only way that Trollcock was going to be able to make it out of that engage. Very fortunate on side give that shutdown over, but... Yeah, it still, I guess, feels like a bit of a win for the Panthers, especially with that Baron afterwards.
Yeah, 100%. Overall, like, it turned from, you know, Spot Section getting this third Drake to, you know, now they still can get the Infernal Soul, but with this Baron advantage, it might be so hard for them to try to do anything. As long as the Wild Panther is
Yeah.
set up with this Maokai, the Syndra, even Zaya, it might be impossible for them to enter.
How do you even clear out a wave for Fiora on the side lane as well, right? She'll just keep pushing these under your turret. Nice 1-3-1 here coming out. All as well gonna have very little kill threat on to Vampire. Leon just hovering around trying to make something happen, but the triple threat, triple pressure slowly chipping away at these tier 2 turrets. Hasn't quite made one full yet though. Lucifer steps forwards, maybe overconfident, misses out on that Q, forced to flash away. A sliver of health keeps them alive. But Fiora is now free in the side lane. However, Call the Forge God lands onto Limka. Still has that Blade Call. Will they pop it before they die? Don't have to. The Monsoon comes out, knocks away the engage, and that's a huge ultimate. You're not going to have a huge... No, just one huge ultimate you're not going to have in this mid lane for the next 2.5 minutes. We said this Sport Nation lineup has to make everything click in these team fights. That's one gear out of place. It's going to make it so much harder to find that pick.
Yeah, 100%. However, Spot Session did get those 2 ults out, and now maybe they can look for a quiet, fat engage angle, right? Now they don't have this Monsoon, now they don't have the Maokai ult. The only thing left is the Zaya ult, so as long as they can play around that, they actually have a glimmer of hope if they try to force something right now, but it looks like they just try to play for the next Infernal Drake.
It's so
And
hard to
Wild Panther's-
force anything without the flank. Next Infernal Drake is coming up in the next 40 seconds. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. What were you going to say?
Oh, no worries. I was just gonna say it's the standard book play. They're just taking older stuff, you know, like like the older brother stuff. They come in, they take your stuff, and then they say you have to deal with it, right? No jungle for them.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're gonna go and try and set up for the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, and I think this time it will be the Panthers first on the Drake. We see Ornn walking down, doesn't have to teleport. Hullbreaker completed for Nikiri. Actually going to match into Krydle in the jungle. Does have the teleport if they find the solo kill here. But look, they pulled away Trollcock. Nikiri, even if they die here, going to be doing so much work to allow the Panthers lineup into Drake on this priority access. But it doesn't look like they're going to force it.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's a bit of a vision fight right now. The Drake, Nikiri is pushing the top side, and they both have TP available. There's no word said. They don't have any vision behind them and stuff, but none of them are looking for a bit of a flank angle.
Can we have a look at all vision? No, Leon hasn't found their way bound. There's no teleport ward either for Krydle to try and find something. But how a massive smite steal away by Leon manages to pick up the sword for their team. Now they're looking for the fight. Dreamweaver dropped very low, but over the wall, Leon picks up Vampire. That's the majority of her DPS gone. The laser is huge from Lucifer. And with that Infernal Soul, Sports Nation have found their way back into the game. Sure, Serotonix picks one up, but still massive team fight there for the Sports Nation roster.
Yeah, it's quite. It's quite. Yeah. Like.
Yeah, I don't know how else you'd say it.
Like when you're looking at it, we're talking about this entire time how impossible to go into Wild Panthers, right? And then suddenly a change of heart from Spot Session. They go in and everything clicks for them. Like we kind of talked about it, but like it still is surprising. They just went in, the monkey did monkey things, and they got it. They even aced them. That's the craziest part. The steal was one thing, but then they were able to turn it all on them. And almost now it's like, yeah, they're down 3k gold, but ornaments are coming in right now, which all worth 1000 gold. And on top of that, they have Infernal Soul, which I don't know how much gold-wise value that has. They might be even ahead of this game right now. But maybe right now as well, like the Syndra's kind of going to the late game. Fiora late game is nothing too shabby to talk about as well. And Zaya, it's kind of... It might become quite tough for Wild Panthers to close out this game right now, especially with Baron coming up in 30 seconds. And if you're looking at the vision right now, it doesn't look like they have enough for this Baron setup. They might just be chased off of it if they try to push through. Zaya ult not available right now, so if anything gets sent right now, they just have no answer on the Zaya.
Yeah. Oh, looking for the engage though. Their Serotonix looking to try and take the fight to Sports Nation, but that's the Grasping Roots used. Cyclone though. First charge, second charge finally goes on cooldown. This is a 1-for-1 ultimate trade. It's just like a very strange trades of ultimates just in these fights. But the Nikiri, once again, not with the team. You need to be playing a little bit safe. You need to be playing a little bit further back. I think you kind of need to give over this Baron almost. It's so hard to force your way back in.
She did have an angle to walk through mid and try to look behind. They're not forcing the Baron right now because they know she has TP, but right now, like the Maokai is chunked and he can't really set up an objective. They can just force them to walk into Fog of War and try and look for an engage on the Forge of Forgo coming out, but nobody is there to really capitalize on this.
Ooh, Serotonix. Yeah, they see Serotonix low. They sense blood in their eyes, but that's not going to be able to find anything. Lucifer, they're going to try and clear off Nikiri here, but these cannon minions have so much magic resist with the Hull Breaker. The damage to turrets so massive, and now the pressure is on. It's do something here, Sports Nation, or you're going to lose out on your inhibitor. Looks like they're sending back Cradle instead. It's a 3 versus 4 at this Baron pit, but somebody else, I think Sport Nation might win it. Meanwhile, Nikiri in the 2 versus 1, the bot lane, just gonna be able to dash away. Does get the inhibitor. Here comes the teleport though. Lucifer looking for the play. Vampire Drayla, massive cyclone onto 3, followed up with the laser. The entirety of the Panthers lineup melts. It's a triple kill for this Vel'Koz, and it's a Baron over to the Sports Station lineup.
They just get the bad off of this. It looks kind of good for Wild Panthers at the start, right? They were trying to zone them off at the start. They weren't flipping the Baron. They were playing the way they should have been, but it's just not enough. The 4-man Cyclone ends the whole fight in an instant, and it looks like Wild Panthers just might not be able to close out the game they thought they would have been able to.
What a massive ultimate coming out. We said Leon had to find these angles. You know, actual jungler now playing, no longer the coach subbing in, and it shows. I think it hit onto all 4 members, and maybe there's something to be said for not clamping up if you are the Panthers lineup, right? I mean, obviously, these Baron stare downs happens to even pro players. It's so nerve-wracking. But without that Monsoon, you cannot be standing so close together. And if you do, you just end up so punished. Gold lead is now dead even, but with the soul in the Sports Nation's pockets. I think, seeing how this game's gone, I gave the draft advantage over to the Panthers, but they're just not able to make anything happen. Now collapse on the top lane into Nikiri, forcing the flash over the wall.
Get ready to learn Ornn again, buddy.
Oh no, you can't say that. You said how much they wanted to play Garry's this entire time and just been sent back to Ornn. Oh man, that's a fate worse than death.
I think it's quite unfortunate. Like, she was winning lane and they were winning the entire game early on, but they're just not able to leverage it whatsoever. Oh wait, there's a big team fight coming out though.
Oh my gosh, the Hex Flash over... Oh, that wasn't even the Hex Flash. Dreamweaver over the wall does manage to survive. Lucifer though caught out, shut down over to this Xayah. I think you have to back off here if you're Sports Nation. I know that's a couple of valuable ultimates used, but now you're down probably your biggest damage dealer. Yeah, Sports Nation here with the Baron just going to be able to back it off.
Yeah, 100%. It was quite a good play. They did isolate the Vel'Koz and they were able to do, but again, like, I think this Fiora was not a bad pick. They played it well, but they're just not able to leverage that she's ahead. They're not able to find any of these, like, back entrances the Fiora wants to find onto the enemy backline. Like, if she walks onto this Vel'Koz, like, in a team fight, he can't do anything, right? And the Kai'Sa, yeah, she can escape, but she can just walk in the back and destroy the entire backline. But this entire game, they've just been playing for the split push. But Wild Panthers is known for kind of flipping it, kind of losing it mid-game, and then coming back miraculously towards the end. So we'll see if they'll be able to pull off the same miracle they pulled off every single game.
Well, as I said, it all very much depends on Nikiri with his build. It's all kind of, it actually might just come down to this Elder Dragon fight, right?
And she's here, but like she doesn't have a flank. If she just walks at them directly, it's Vel'Koz's gonna poke her out. Kai'Sa's gonna W her, and it's kind of tough. But Vel'Koz is not there right now.
You said this team has a habit of flipping. It's an Elder Drake. It's spawned up. Has now been started by the Panthers. Noxie though, chunked out to 3rd health. Nikiri ice states from the rest of the team, but nobody can quite find the angle yet. Leon looking for their miraculous cyclone. They've had so many good ones this series. Nikiri chunked down to half health by Choco. Going in with that killer instinct. Maybe a mistake into the Fiora. Grand challenge goes down. 1 vital proc. It's not enough to cleanse there. Meanwhile, Ornn connects on to 2 in the backline. Leon spinning round. Cyclone does end up falling, but Limka is dead. Vampire dealt to half health. Choco on the flank. The auto is there. The damage is true. And the game will go to Sports Nation as they find the ace.
It is so crazy.
End the game, please! Everyone stand for 30. Oh my god. Maybe not the game yet. Sorry, do your analysis, but please end the game.
Nikiri was finally able to get that flank off, right? She was in the back. She was on the Ornn and the Kai'Sa. And they were so devoted to get it, right? But her team was it felt like they were just not ready to shoot the bullet, right? They were waiting there, they're hesitant, they were waiting for the enemy to go into them, which just made it so much more tragic, right? Nikiri's trying to do work at the back, but her team's just not going in straight away. And it just made it like, instead of it being a flank, it just made her being isolated and just killed afterwards. And the whole team got cleaned up. And now they did not end the game. Maybe they couldn't have. Maybe
They could. I can tell you, fact. They had like four. They had 4 players alive. It was a 30-second death time, but they had a wave in mid lane. They should have ended the bully, or at least given some good old Nexus chase. But instead, they do choose to go for the other. Which, you know, maybe it's a safer option. Yada yada, whatever. But now with Elder on board, they've got 3 minutes of pure dominance in these team fights. Not that they've not been winning them anyway, but even Fiora might end up losing out on these 1v1s on the top lane. Ornaments coming through for Vel'Koz. All of them now picked, all but one, now picked up here for the Sports Nation side. They
looking
need
at
to
this-
force something with the Zelda though.
them getting this soul was such a jackpot for them, right? Like this Vel'Koz's only a bit of a side threat. Some of the Kai'Sa W, she's not AP whatsoever, but now that they have these souls, like if you get hit by a Vel'Koz Q and a W from a Kai'Sa, it's just over for you. You have to get sent back. And we saw that happen to Janna. She stepped up like an inch a bit too early, and that was it. Half her health, if not 70% of it, just gone, and it became so rough for them to play the lane or the Drake
The fight, yeah. And now we see Sports Station sieging up on the spot lane turret. You can't step up here if you're the Panthers. Elder Burn. It's gonna be extra nasty coming off the Kai'Sa W.
Yeah,
But even
100%.
even without that, you just get chunked out so hard. Poke
And I
coming
like-
down.
I like what they're doing here right now. Oh, the Vel'Koz's coming bot right now. But if the Vel'Koz push in mid, they could threaten mid and bot right now. Obviously, Fortune Forward coming out.
Okay, knockup lands onto one. The engage has been down. Cyclone doesn't find that much damage. Limka finds the kill onto Leon. Miracle engage, not quite this time. Wind will be taken out of their sails.
He must be such a big fan of Boba. He just keeps eating those balls, man. Well, it's such a tragedy as well. The Vel'Koz was just not there yet, right? He gave up the mid wave, the mid push, which I think was the wrong idea, and tried to join them in the fight, but was just slightly too late. They
It was an
kinda trigger happy.
overforce. It was an overforce and a half. Ornhorn didn't get that much, and I mean, this comp does need to be a little bit psycho. It does need to run forwards a little bit, but you do still have Elder. You have been winning out on these team fights. You probably win the next one as well. You don't need to give up your jungler, and you don't need to give up the big purple worm for it.
And yeah, after like, they could have just played it slow. They could have taken their time, look for the perfect angle. But this is why they keep coming back, because they're looking at the right opportunities and taking it at the right time. But that time they were feeling a bit themselves, a little bit too much, I guess.
And now we're in a 35-minute game, and it's dead bloody even. Of course, one side does have the soul, but the other side arguably has the scaling, has the unstoppable threat of the Fiora, even though she hasn't been able to get that much done on the side lanes.
Yeah.
Oh man, what a! I mean, got about 1,000 damage to turrets. Could be a lot worse.
Yeah.
Could be a lot worse, but hasn't been able to be that wedge in the side. As now, it's gonna be a bit slower from now on. It's gonna game pace will. Look, we don't talk about how many stats Black Cleave gives. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's still doing work. Just Nigiri really needs to be able to keep pounding on these sides. Will obviously shred through the Ornn at this point in the game, unmatchable. But the times, I just don't think that Panthers have been playing around it well enough. Right? They haven't been able to find the angles. And you know what? If this Fiora was a Gwen, I'd be saying very different things about this game. Right? Gwen just such a disgusting champion. Also into the Ornn. I'm surprised it wasn't what we saw as a counter pick, but
Yeah, 100%. I
Still-
think Fiора's obviously more baller, but I fully agree with you. Like I think
better
like,
in the 1v1, but just if you're not able to find these 1v1s, as Nigiri hasn't been able to in these games, Gwen does a lot more in the team fight.
I feel like when I look at this game, you can kind of tell that they're not too sure. Like they're playing the same. Like the top and the team is kind of like mismatched, right? They play the same way they used to when Nikiro was playing on those weak side champions, right? They're like playing the exact same way, and when they get caught out because of that, they're not too sure how to respond, and you can kind of tell they need just a little bit more practice on that. But I feel like if they do get it down, well, it could be quite dangerous for the other teams, right? Someone
Yeah,
up against that.
It's good to for Nigiri to show that they aren't just a weak side king, even though they're only a 1-on-1 in this 37-minute game. They have been just J-chilling in the top lane, but they're not going to be chilling for much longer. As Crystal looking for the engage, stunned up, parry through. Cho'Gath needs to be dived on here, but the knockup comes through. The damage is there. So much burst. Nikiri not going forwards, taken down with that killer instinct. And when your Fiora's dying on sides, it's not that great. Sure, you do manage to get the inhibitor on the other side of the map, but Leon looking for the engage. Disengage does come through for the Panthers. They're not going to get caught out quite yet, but they do manage to find the inhibitor. Going to be quite important when this... Actually, no. It won't be too important because it's on the same side of the map as this Elder Dragon, but still nice to have.
They are resetting right now and might be kind of
Oh, no.
bad timer for them. Malphite.
Serotonix.
Oh, no.
Left out on her own. Dash forwards. Slow is there. Armor shred. Trying to peel for themselves. Knocked up. Going to be taken down just before the dragon comes up. Oh, the rest of the Panthers try and collapse on the engage, but it's just not enough. And that's a real huge mistake. Losing your jungle for 50 seconds when the Elder spawns in 10.
This is a dangerous thing right now, right? Especially like they have 2 in-hit turrets just available, but it's not gonna be enough for them to stop after they get Zelda. And Nikiri's TPing top. She's gonna try to do some sort of cross map at this stage, but
Oh no, here comes the horn in, knocks up one. Look at how split the Panthers are, scattering to the wind like alley cats, but are able to make their way out. Ornn resetting Krydor without that horn, fairly useless, but the rest of Sports Nation going for this Elder, shredding it down. I don't think there's any vision on it for the Panthers. No way to contest as we see the second Elder of the game. Meanwhile, the turret in the top lane does end up falling.
and they get the top inhib as well. I mean, they forced the Elder, I think, a little too late. They tried to look for some sort of turnaround, but they should have just been looking at the Elder straight away. Oh my.
Leon
Otsu
trying to
comes
make,
out, I mean,
trying to make the game-winning play. Doesn't even have to use that Cyclone. I don't think there's any reason for the Panthers to fight, though, for this next little bit. Baron not on the table for another 2 minutes. I think you just need to stand back, wait for these ult cooldowns to come online again. You know, wait for the Monsoon, wait for those Grasping Roots. Nature's Wrath even, whatever. I always forget the name. But Nature's Wrath to come up. Please don't take a fight.
yeah, 100%. I think the only thing they can look right now is for maybe like some sort of sideline pick, but if you're looking at what you want to do right now, you're looking at these items like Kai'Sa's full build. Ro doesn't matter. She's got her first, like, she basically is full build at this stage. Same with the Wukong. Ornn, everybody's got the ornaments. Sponsor, she's not really looking for anything right now, items wise. However, the Xayah, she's 1 item off from full build, and whilst it might not be the most important thing, I feel like it's still something they should be playing for.
It certainly should be, it certainly should be. But with the Elder buff,
Yeah.
I know. They are just going to try and siege on this mid lane. They do have maybe some better wave play, right? Vampire does have to walk up to clear this wave. Jano obviously going to be doing good work. But the horn comes down. Noxie, what? Chunked out! The missile blocked! Oh no, they found the pick. They found 2. The Elder lasers are too much. It's all up on these 3 now. And we talked about how insane the poke is as this game goes on. I think it was a Vel'Koz geometry tagging on to Noxie. Lipka tried to block the shot for them, but ends up fooling themselves. And now with the Elder buff, the dive coming through, it's basically a 4 versus 1. Cho'Gath finds another kill, and the Panthers aren't able to find the win condition, just slowly torn apart in their base. The only one left alive is Vampire. They are going to be able to clear these waves. They are going to be able to defend, and despite maybe the fact they should have ended, even though they dropped everyone so low, they will take down to that Elder buff. And finally, Sports Nation find the Nexus, and in this 40-minute game, end up finding the victory.
This is quite a turn of surprise. I think Wild Panthers was quite the clear like the champions for this game, right? Where everybody thought, at least I was thinking that Wild Panthers was gonna be an easy clear for them, but Sports Session just came in to prove us wrong. They're playing their own style and they're winning just the way they want to.
Mm-hmm. And I do want to point out, you mentioned it a couple of times. Top laner on the carry. I'm not gonna necessarily say it was Nikiri's fault. Like I'm actually not. But
It's
playing a
issue for
game,
sure.
playing a game where you have like one of these anchors in the top lane, things like the Scion, things like the Malphite, things like a Cassandra even, right? I don't know how much she plays that, but one of these big tanks in the top lane means that the way you play out fights is entirely different. And without that, it just felt like the Wild Panthers are a little bit lost. So an unfortunate loss for them. It does mean the Sports Nation are still in running for these playoffs for a higher seed in the playoffs. Panthers knocked down a little bit, maybe going to have to go against one of the better teams from Group A. But we'll have to see how things shake out at the end of the day. We're going to be throwing it to a quick break before our next match, which I believe is... Actually, it's entirely set my mind. Hold on. No, it's Rassen, Tilly, and the boys. What a pleasure to watch last time they were. So Rassen, Tilly, and the boys up against, I believe, TDE, which is... I cannot say that first word in their name. I'll figure out how to pronounce it during the break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back for more. Catch you on the other side. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the stream. Got another game coming up. Much like the last one, this one's also going to be League of Legends. Got Ras and Tilly and the boys coming. Oh, I've got to check how to pronounce it. Oh god, against Les Tukpi de Lispot. I'm just gonna say Tupi. I'm gonna say Tupi. That's gonna be a team name. I'm sorry if that's incorrect.
Say TDE.
Well, I could say TDE, yeah, but that's not as fun. But they're coming up against Rasen, Tilly, and the boys. Last time I saw Rasen, Tilly, and the boys, they played the most interesting game of League of Legends I've seen in quite some. Well, one of the most. It wasn't even the most interesting game on that stream, but one of the most interesting League of Legends games I've seen in quite some time. So, I can't wait to watch them play it out again.
Yeah, hopefully they can replicate it. I have never seen Rasen and Tilly boys play before. This is my 1st time, and I don't know much about the team, but I've heard a lot of good things about their Nami and their Aphelios, as well as TDE. It's quite an interesting team as well.
Well, I mean, you obviously Rasen know their affiliates. So I remember last season, back in my day. No, back in my day, something very, very much to be feared. And now that champion is actually good as well, not just like a puck pick. It's like pretty good at all levels. So definitely something scary. But we are now into drafts. Let's see what TDE and Rasen, Tilly, and the boys choose to take off the table. I think Rasen, Tilly, and the boys. Oh, they're not ready yet. Never mind. My brain is not working properly. Long day, long day. It's also really hot. I hate the heat in here. God damn. Because all these
25 degrees
spicy
in the UK.
games. Don't talk to me about it. It's all these spicy League of Legends games as well. They don't help. I'm sweating. I tell you that much. But should be heading into draft very, very shortly. So in terms of stakes for these teams, TDE wants to separate themselves from the pack, want to get away a bit from Dawnbreak. Rasen, Tilly, and the boys want to be fighting Invicta for that top 2 slots going into Versus. As we said, top 2 slot gets a bye through that first round, so really, really important to be getting up there. So we are now into draft for real. Camille banned off. I'd like to see Aphelios taken out. I'd like to see. I'm trying to think about the boys, because obviously Rasen, Tilly is the Aphelios and Nami, right? 2 very iconic champions. What else will TDE choose to take off? As we have got. Okay, you guys can still hear me.
Yep. I had a connection.
Doggo has reconnected. Connection issues, as is so often the case sometimes. First ban, maybe they have to miss a ban. Did they have to miss a ban, production? I'm pretty sure they have to miss a ban for not looking in their roster, so not going to see that one coming through.
Fun, I don't know about Solismo. He's such an odd man. Not in an offensive way. Like you message him, and somehow 4 days later he respond to you with like a one-word response. That's
Bit of a banger.
If
you ask me.
he's really based, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But on top of that, his champion pool fits exactly his personality. He plays Olaf, he plays Darius, he plays Kimbo, he plays all the Adam champions.
Yeah, definitely. I remember that much. Was actually, yeah, I definitely remember. Played, I think, a Darius in their game. Okay, I remember what happened last time I watched Rasen, Tilly, and boys. The Darius looked useless, and they still managed to win the game. I don't know. These guys are. They're one of the many teams in the AL that seem, dare I say, cursed or blessed. One of the two. Definitely influenced by some magic force. As you see the bans come through, banning out Victor, banning out Swain. Lux taken off the board as well. I think that's a pick away from the Shaker, I want to say, in the mid lane for Rasen, Tilly, and the boys. I think I remember seeing a Lux there, but
Just to mention, there should be a high pro on Aphelios because both teams really like to play the Aphelios. Both TDE ADC and RTB ADC.
well, first pick will not be in the Aphelios. Instead, it will be a Lilia, something you see crop up here, and then a little bit worse, I think, since Jack's show changes. But still, obviously, a very competent champion, played both in the jungle, but I think I've seen most Lilias in the top lane these days, funny enough. As Kog'Maw is locked in, that's something a little bit unusual.
I wonder if it's anticipation that they just might straight up play the Aphelios. Maybe they're trying to like fight it.
I mean, Kog'Maw Braum, if you've been watching any of the LEC, not this week, unfortunately, LEC is on break, but if you've been watching any of that, Kog'Maw Braum has been a disgusting combo. Won't be slammed in immediately. Kog'Maw Taric, you wouldn't dare.
They would not. There's no way.
That is the most disgusting scaling. Nope,
Yeah.
there it is. The Kog'Maw Braum instead. So the idea is obviously Kog'Maw with his massively increased attack range can almost always secure those Winter's Bite. No, that's a Q. Concussive blows. The concussive
Yep.
blows stacks coming off from Braum. So this bot lane very, very strong. Braum obviously pairs up well with Coldmore as well, because Coldmore likes something a little bit more defensive. However, something like Ashe can fight for prior against this lane. However, it's a lot more of an early game style. Rustin, I remember, also was a pretty good Ashe player. I think played Ashe in the game that we watched as well. Hit some insane arrows cross map. So not surprised to see this locked in, but it is something a lot more early game focused as opposed to the insane scaling from TDE.
Yeah, 100%. I think Ashe is quite a good response to Braum as well. Ashe, Milio, a very good duo together. And I think it's decent to Kog'Maw is like Braum wants to be engaged on, and Milio and Ashe are not really good at doing that. Obviously, there's the Ashe arrow, the crystal arrow, but it's also good at the Kog'Maw because the Kog'Maw wants to run you down. But Milio and Ashe, they're pretty good at kiting back.
Yes, I agree. It also gives Ashe. Ashe has a very high base range for an AD carry. I think it's 600. With Milio, it will almost be, obviously not quite, but almost be matching the Kog'Maw once he has that Bio Arcane Barrage up and running. So a little bit more range, a little bit way to punch back in game, but this Rengar pick is something a little bit more aggressive. Instead, the Maokai comes through the tried and true. However, I don't know if the Maokai matchup is that great in Solilia. Of course, the point and click, as we talked about last game, I love seeing Maokai. No, point and click route is still very important into a champion that can dash around so much. But Lilia's weakest time is on those first and second clears. She wants something that can either fight really hard for ganks or invade and punish her. Maokai does neither.
Yeah, 100%. Maokai is a very just safe pick in general, right? Like, doesn't matter when you pick him, there's always something he can do. Whether if it's disengage result, engage result, zone somebody with E, get vision, not a CC somebody, he can do nearly everything. And obviously with the Lilia, I think I agree. You want some pushing lanes, right? I feel like in those early levels, like Lilia, even though she's relatively strong, I think there's a bit of a threat. Like they can always threaten to invade you.
Yeah.
But
I do. Well, very strong until she gets locked down, and then she becomes a little squashed pancake.
yeah, and Greg is coming out here. Looks like they're trying to ban something for maybe the top lane matchup that Solismo might want to play.
Do you know much about TD's as a ban? I believe got missed. Get anyone production on what that was supposed to be? I do see quite a few games on Jax for Solismo up in the top lane here for TDE. So maybe want to ban out Gragas as a counter into that. That's I mean, obviously Gragas is a pretty strong pick on their own. A little bit worse now. They had their sustain nerfed a couple of patches ago, but also flexible towards mid lane. So it's like you're banning two players at once almost. Ari ban as well. Taking these reliable, easy to execute champions off the board seems to be the plan for TD.
Yeah, 100%. I think like they don't usually play the explosive apart from the top lane, right? I think when watching them, they do not play too explosive. But right now, the way they're cooking, I think they have a lot of opportunities to open themselves up for the early game, especially with these bans like Ari and Gragas. Whilst they're not like the most like obviously they're good champions, but when you look at them, they're usually just picked as some sort of blind pick, something to be safe with, right? It looks like they really just want to pressure the early game and try to do something.
Yep, as you see the Mel fight banned out, that's one of the reliable engages into Ashe. Milio obviously can't be cleansed away by the ultimate as well from Milio. So banned out there, I think very smart. Obviously speaks to me that Lilia will be heading into that jungle Malphite engage. If she one-shot her, pretty good, but building armor is not something you want to do into Lilia as lane opponent. So we see here Orianna blinded in the mid lane, very, very standard blind pick at the moment. Good with Maokai as well. You can be a bit of a bull delivery system if you so wish. A lot of CC as well coming out from TDE, a very much disengaged kite back composition, obviously with some engaged tools as well. But yeah, Orianna, a very, very safe blindable mid laner. However, LeBlanc will be the answer, perhaps.
Yeah, pretty decent counter as well, right? This Orianna doesn't have many ways of dodging the chain, right? Doesn't have any hard CCs to help this LeBlanc. Even if she tried to use her ult to disengage, like the LeBlanc can usually escape it. And I think LeBlanc is quite good into the Orianna lane, but I'm not too sure about the rest of the context of the game, right? Like when there's going to be a Braum constant in the Kog'Maw, the Maokai throwing saplings everywhere. Will she able to find the angle she wants to find on like the Kog'Maw and Orianna?
Well, I look at I was going to say I look at Rasmussen Boys comp, it's a very early game comp, but this Ornn rounds it out with a lot more late game flexibility. Now, Ornn into Braum, not great. You can block the Horn, it's a really, really annoying thing for an Ornn to deal with, but if you do wait for that Horn to be down, a long range engage onto something like a Kog'Maw is a very valuable tool to have in your pocket indeed. We'll have to see what the counter pick is though. Ornn notoriously opens things like Gwen, things like the Fiora as we saw last game, but Olaf will be the lock instead.
And it's a pretty good pick here as well, right? Emilio cannot cleanse anything from him. Maybe the slow. The Ashe slow is not going to do anything against him. Lilia, sleep is not going to do anything against him. And Ornn, he's just going to get run down, right?
Yeah, Ornn does just get smacked around a lot in this top lane matchup. Now, of course, it does rely on Salismo knowing the matchup, knowing how much you can go. And funny enough, Olaf is a pretty high skill champion, I think, but a lot of his skill comes from the game knowledge rather than necessarily your mechanics, right? You need to know your exact all-in potential, so you need to be playing this champion on the knife's edge or you're not going to get anything done. So we'll have to see, obviously, if Salismo can pull that one out. I do think compositionally, TDE have a much better time of it, right?
Yeah.
Orianna, Olaf as well. Also a very reliable buff counter. The Braum, Maokai, Kog'Maw is the staple 1-2-3. Just craps out damage all over the field. Makes it hard for Ornn to find these engages with that horn as well. Rusty boys, you have some tools, but I don't know.
I'm just looking at this Ornn pick, right? And it's clear that they want to counter the Olaf. Like, they just want to play safe into the top laner, right? But after that, it's going to be so bad for the Ornn to play. He can't really ult. He can't really walk up because the Orianna and the Kog'Maw. And I feel like he's just going to be there as like a mobile doorstop, right? He's just going to be the person that like stops the front line and stops the enemy trying to engage.
He's going to be an ult
able
bot
to do.
and not a very good one at that, I think. Just going to sit back, going to push the horn, and it's going to get blocked by Ornn. He's going to be like, well, guess I'll just cry. It is a bit of an interesting pick, especially for an Adam-like player that you talked about, but I guess not one to find it. Maybe one needs to just play for the team a little bit more. I do give draft, yeah, as I said, over to TDE. Hypothetically, they have the easier comp to play out, but there's always this X factor of this Ashe and this LeBlanc. This pick is so strong. If you can find the Kog'Maw, shut it down. That's a big chunk of damage gone from the TDE composition.
100%. If this LeBlanc, her chain can get blocked by Braum, she can get locked down by the Maokai. Maybe she won't be able to find that much on the Orianna, but if they just play well, I think there's always some sort of chance this LeBlanc can pull off some sort of miracle, right? Same with the Crystal Arrow from the Ashe, 100%. Like a cross map arrow can do wonders this game, I think. Maybe not onto the Olaf, but 100% onto the Orianna, who's quite mobile.
Indeed. But we'll have to see once we make it onto the Rift. Just going to be a couple of minutes delayed. Don't go anywhere. This is an important match for playoff standings. I remembered, and then I forgot. It's important because... Oh, never mind. I can't actually say at the moment. No, wait, here we are. Russ and Tilly and the boys want to get themselves into that top 4, maybe even top 2 seed contention. And TD want to make sure that they aren't facing any threat of elimination. They're going to solidify their spot in playoffs. But we're going to have to see if that actually pans out on the Rift. We're here for the third game of the light. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Welcome back to Game 3 of EL Week 5. It's obviously Rasen, Tilly, and the boys versus TDE. I will not pronounce that name. Currently, it's just me, but I will welcome you back for this game until Casual Cutie gets past her turbulence. And for now, the game looks quite standard. 5-man point from TDE. And Rasen and boys are a bit jet lagged, but they're also doing the 5-man point. And the early game is just not going to be that crazy. Obviously, looking at it right now, I think TDE has a huge early game advantage. And the thing we should be looking at the most here, I think, is the mid lane. If this LeBlanc is able to like snowball her lane, it might be quite disastrous for the whole game plan of the game. Obviously, Orianna has a bit of a better level 1, level 2 than the LeBlanc, but soon she'll be able to start trading with her. And looking at the top lane, well, the Olaf should be able to run down the Ornn pretty hard. This is why he took the Phaser as well. It's a really good adaptation, actually. If obviously you get slowed by the Olaf Q and he can run you down really hard, especially with the ghost.
My apologies to the delay. I've returned. There was a bit of an issue where the toilets didn't have enough paper, but I am back now, and I can he's making some very interesting analysis about Solismo and Lost Reform top lane, which I agree to wholeheartedly. Right, Olaf is one of those champions that can rush you. Like it's one of the champions that seems a counter pick into Ornn because you can just run him down. Right, you can just charge him.
And look at the runes as well. The
Yeah.
Ornn went phasers because he knows that.
Oh,
He's
really?
Like 2 steps ahead. Yeah. If you
Wow.
procs it, he can just walk out.
Very smart indeed. So it's going to be on Solismo to be able to find some advantage in this top lane before obviously Ornn scales into it and provides those ornaments. So what's about 5,000 gold in total, right? 1,000 gold each. It's pretty disgusting how much just free value this champion provides as the game goes on.
Yeah. As long as you're not behind 5,000 gold.
True, as long as you're not behind 5,000 gold, that's very, very astute observation.
Shut up.
And we can see here Grey Fox passing up towards the top lane to try and make sure that Not So Reformed is not behind 5,000 gold. As you see that Ornn can do pretty meaty trades back as well, right? So these were kind of needs to go all in after poking out these daggers. Not So Reformed, if you get hit by one empowered W proc, right, you hit that brittle auto on. It's pretty nasty to deal with.
Yeah, 100%. Looking at the game already, I think it's not going the same way I thought it would be. Obviously, the Ornn's holding up his own bit better, and the bot lane, the Rasen and Tilly have perma push against them, which...
Oh wait, but Lupus, you're looking for an invade while your top lane is getting engaged on. Shago gonna catch out the jungler as well. Solismo gonna end up giving over first blood to Grey Fox. That's not what you want to see if you're a TDE supporter. Lupus now as well in a bit of trouble. Shago dashing forwards, won't be able to close out the kill. But I don't know what Lupus was thinking there. The top lane didn't have any priority. It was pushed under the... I guess no, top lane did have priority. But Grey Fox just walking up, looking for the lane gank and able to close out that kill. Blowing both some of the spells into this one.
Now, my theory on this, Maokai is looking for the Lilia, but he didn't realize how fast Lilia clears, because when was the last time he played against the jungle, right? This champion has a crazy fast clear, but I guess he just didn't expect that they could just straight up lane gank the Solismo, and well, it led to his inevitable death. And this kind of stabilizes the lane, and the Lilia, well, she's gonna have an insane clear now. She's gonna be able to do the Chovy CS hack now.
Chovy CS hack indeed. If they do choose to go for Square on cooldown, right? There's no... I understand you were looking for that invade, right? We talked about the early invade, but it's just... It didn't come through. Yeah, Grey Fox just kind of a free time there. But Shago in the mid lane does get flashed on, taken down. Katsui, very skilled Orianna play. And I think a lot of that came from the fact that Shago had to, you know, run the interference with Lupus, but stayed just a little bit too greedy in that mid. Ends up getting taken down.
I mean, I'm shocked. I'm surprised that the lanes are going completely different way. I thought that, you know, the Ornn will be behind and the LeBlanc will be ahead right now. But looking at it, she's down 10 CS. She got solo followed. And the Olaf is also behind right now. Maybe not CS wise. Well, soon he will be, but the role dynamics are kind of reversed right now, at least in my opinion.
Well, yeah, as I said, I mean, this is how the lane's supposed to go, but both these champions are pretty volatile when you come down to it.
That's true.
Like, it's how the lane's supposed to go and how they should go, but just a couple of, you know, maybe misplays even here and there, or committing so much time towards helping your jungler, and so much health as well. Remember, Lupus chunked out Shago for half their health bars can make all the difference in the world.
That's true. I think right now, it's looking at the mid lane. Oh, never mind. But looking at the mid lane, Orianna is slightly ahead. She has a TP available right now as well. So if she can just stay mid, push the wave, she doesn't care about too much about getting chunked because she can always TP back. But well, Shago can't really TP back anymore, right? If he gets chunked, if he gets hit hard, that's it. It's kind of doomed for him.
Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Tipluth getting a little bit trade on. Flash for flash blow, the heal is there, the slows are through. Rasen gets the kill onto this Cogmore. I keep trying to say Cogmore. Gonna get another one onto Mr. B as well. The flash of oh no. Cut the feed, cut the camera. Oh, you know what? That's fair enough. Rasen just wanted to accelerate the lead, didn't make it happen. Mr. B gets away on the sliver of health, but still killing off this Cogmore here, very, very important, right? Even on CS, but now has the Noon Quiver over the boots, gonna give Rasen a lot more control in this bot lane. And you know, Cogmore plus Brawl, pretty good at trading. If you can land that Winter Spite, Mr. B misses that, and Tipluth is just forced onto the back foot. Speaking of the back foot dive here on the top lane, Ornhorn goes down, does go through, knock-up is there. Lupus didn't have that W to reset the turret aggro, so it's a 1-for-1. But still, Solismo will get some plates, will get a CS lead. So, successful dive.
Yeah, it's quite a volatile game right now. Even though it's like both teams have both teams are constantly trading left and right. They're both quite even right now. However, Tilly and the boys are able to get the Drake right now, so I guess they're slightly ahead when it comes to objectives at least.
Yeah, our ahead on the objectives obviously cross map does come through, and I think a stable lane state. I'm not sure actually. I still think that Ross and Tilly and the boys are in a bit of trouble if things are even as the game goes on. But you know, not getting run over in the top lane, being able to find stuff even when the dives come through, it's better than going into the mid game behind. You know.
Yeah, 100%. I think the Ocean Drake early game is probably one of the better ones, right? Lets you stay in the lane better, longer, and like the trades feel a bit better just because you can heal up that HP.
Gives you the. Does it give you mana sustain as well? I know it used to give you mana sustain. I don't think it does.
Only when you get the soul point.
Yeah, only the health. Yeah, it's the missing health. So still looking to help out things like the Ashe spamming out just W's or like Grey Fox, but should still be fine. Something I did want to talk about. Can we have a look at the item speeds as well? ACC Oki to keep the items up. X so we can have a look at. Thank you. Yep, as you can see here, speaking of mana sustain, Katsuri does have this lost chapter. I didn't get a chance to point it out, but should be perfectly fine just shoving in these waves. As I say this, I cast a custom because Shago goes in for a trade, but doesn't actually manage to get that much on top. Meanwhile, Grey Fox has found a kill, a gank in the bot lane onto Mr. B. So it is the hotkey to keep it open. Like the letter O, total score. No worries. But yeah, we did miss a kill there. Grey Fox does find something again onto Mystic B in the bot lane. Yet more success on the bot side. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Shago finds a kill onto Katsui. I don't know how that happened. I think an Ashe arrow landed. Look, you see Ashe and Milio got the assist. So Rossen with a massive arrow in mid lane we missed so unfortunately. But this man doesn't miss his arrows. So honestly, I'd be impressed if it wasn't so. Just kidding. It's a really impressive arrow coming through, getting the tide a little bit more in Shago's favor.
Yeah, 100%. TD, I guess, get the Rift Hold, but that's kind of a consolation prize for what happened mid, right? And they're looking again topside, I guess, to drop the Rift Hold and try to get Zola to snowball a little bit harder. Maybe
They really
just get the cover.
are trying to accelerate Solismo up here.
But looking at the Lilia as well, like, she's slowly building up this gap, right? 2 kills and 20 CS lead?
I'd say it's a little bit more than slowly building up the gap. She's building it up pretty nicely. Obviously, will begin to severely outpace Maokai in the jungle. I think already he's lapped him once. Might be able to do so again. Here for the defense and the dive in the top lane as well as the Ornhorn goes down. Does connect onto Lupus. Gotta be very careful. The double steep comes through. Gonna force out that unstoppable Solismo. Flash away. The shield comes out. Trying to get both 2 for 1. Ticking down won't be enough. Solismo will stay alive and then trying to get both. Tarson, Tilly and the boys fumble and get none.
Yeah, that's 100% true. Even TD Katsui is here, catch the top lane, so they're not going to miss anything. And we'll see if Solismo walk mid right now to try and make sure that Shago does not get a plating right here. Bot wave crashes, no objectives up in the map right now. But right now it looks like Riz and the Tilly boys are just in full control of the game. Even though there's like 1 or 2 mishaps, it looks like they're back in the driver's seat.
1k in the lead, 1 dragon in the lead as well. Grey Fox very accelerated on the Celia. Might get caught out though. Instead, might just catch out Katsu. He doesn't have that lullaby. Lupus in the area. Nice arrow! Rasen with the cross map lands onto the jungler. The shockwave will not be enough to save Lupus's life as he's left for the Wolves. And Rasen really putting Tilly and the boys on his back.
Making the actual look like a point and click ability, right?
God, yeah.
But so right now, it's becoming even. This literally just keeps getting ahead and ahead. It's in the Shago, and I think right now, like this is the thing that like you should fear the most is TDE, especially when you have this Orianna mid, right? This LeBlanc getting ahead. Maybe it's not the worst for your team comp, but just for your laners, it feels so bad. She's gonna keep dashing at you. She's gonna keep poking you down. Or Shredder just one shot you. She has enough damage in her kit.
10 boots plus Lost Chapter is maybe the most annoying time to play against the LeBlanc. She will just continuously poke you out for mad damage. Does have to look for the reset though, as this Drake is respawning in 50 seconds. It looks like Lupus is looking for a gank on the bot lane.
Yeah, and I think also we're not gonna see static shift in the LeBlanc, I think, because she's rushing the Ludens. Item also got nerfed, but I think when it comes to the objective setups, I think TDE has such an upper hand here. As long as they get some of the Maokai samplings on, as long as like they stand their ground at the Kog'Maw, I think they have a really decent chance at this objective. But
I mean,
besides
say
that,
this,
right now,
last game we just saw how stand your ground. You actually need to be able to stand your ground, right? It's a bit of a mental. Once again, it's a bit like you got to look the car in the headlamps as deer and not flinch. You got to stand there. Literally.
and how did that work out for the
ground.
deer?
Well, the deer is on the enemy team this time, so it should be fine. I'm not sure who the car is in this analogy, but TDE is the
Lilia?
dude. Yeah, well, no, Lilia's the deer. Lilia's not the car. It's got to be, I think
In this scenario?
TDE need to realize that the cars. The arrow does, not for once connect, unfortunately.
Gonna hit somebody next game most likely, but yeah, I guess in this scenario you could argue the Lilia is in the car and TDE is the human on the road standing still. But besides that, yeah, Drake's being there's TD my bad, but yeah, Rasen and Tilly boys are setting up for the Drake right now. Looks like they're gonna be able to get it.
Yeah, and there's
Lilia,
no Herald
object-
up, so no
Nope.
cross map available.
Yeah, and they get it. 2 Drakes up, Rift Hold down actually. But I think the second Rift Hold doesn't even matter as much as the 2 Drakes. I think this is like a really big lead when you come into the mid game, right? You get one more objective and you're in the soul point, and suddenly the game feels so close to being ramped up as soon as you see that one more Drake to the soul point, right?
Well, I mean, 2 Drakes, gold lead. Where else would you want to be? I'm a poet in my spare time. No, yeah, Rastalian boys looking really good coming into this mid game. Now, of course, as we said, compositionally, TDE maybe have the advantage, but as we saw last game, that doesn't necessarily mean everything, right? You can have the compositional advantage, but not be able to execute on it. And we've seen the difficulty with these stand your ground compositions before, right? TDE, we literally saw it last match. TDE are gonna have to be able to play better than the Panthers on this one. Now, of course, they have an Olaf instead of a Fiora, so something a little bit more team fighty, but doesn't necessarily solve their issues. Is Grey Fox gonna end up stunned up? You can see the power of the Cogmore Braum. There's so much damage coming out. Grey Fox almost ends up paying for that with their life, just looking for that gank.
Yeah, 100%. And the interaction of Rageblade as well, I'm pretty sure because Rageblade can double proc on hit effects, it double procs the concussive hit as well. Or at least the
True,
on hit
true.
damage it gets.
I think Rageblade's doubling of the on-hit effects is a little bit less important these days, just because you need to auto-attack 4 times and then auto-attack another 3 times before you get an extra free auto. Now, obviously, it
Yes.
gets better as the fight goes on, but if you're not proccing the concussive blow in the first 7 autos of a fight, I think something's probably gone wrong.
Well, yeah, I
But-
think Cleanse Evolve, we hit Krista Arrow back for the Ashe as well, and right now, the game kind of slowed down. Obviously, Ritual coming up in 20 seconds. Shago has a TP available. Lilia is already topside, just clearing her last camps out before they try to set up for it. It doesn't look like the bot lane would try to move for it, but it looks like both teams are ready to contest the objective whenever it's up.
And I mean, obviously, Rast and Tilly and the boys.
The arrow
have-
hit.
Arrow hit into mid lane. Massive play onto Katsui. Once again, Rasen isn't rowing up, but he's still winning the fight for his team with that assassination in the mid lane. Surely Grey Fox can start up this Herald entirely free, even winning out in the bot lane as well. There's a reason why this guy's name is in the team name. What a disgusting arrow. Once again, Rasen with the carry.
You load into the game when Ransom sees that the Koma has a cleanse, he just says no problem, hits the Orianna every single time. It's just living nightmare for the Orianna. They're gonna go to sleep just thinking about that arrow zooming for the sky.
Well, I mean, they might go to sleep later in this game as though the Grey Fox has something to say about it. But yeah, Herald, once again, speaking of Grey Fox, has been picked up. Both Heralds, I believe. No, was it both Heralds or just one Herald? One Herald. One Herald apiece heading into this mid game. But that second Herald will be able to bust down one of these bot lane towers or maybe even the mid lane tower. That's where I'd like to see it. Shago being unlocked on this LeBlanc could be absolutely devastating, but might be getting ganked at the moment. Lupus roaming into this mid lane, the distortion away means nothing's going to result of it.
100%. I feel like this LeBlanc's kind of unleashed right now, right? Even if this Crystal Heart doesn't hit anymore, it feels so hard for them to play the game.
Yeah, well, they've just been carried by their bot lane. The most important role in the game is to get your other lanes ahead. That's what I think of when I think of bot lane. But no, yeah, these arrows have been absolutely on point, and Katsui down on. Actually, they're even on Mythic. They do have the resist boots as well, and Shago not really been landing as many of these chain follow-up combos as you'd really like to see. So Katsui's still going to be just fine for a little bit, but if Greyheart lands a bowling ball, things could end up really, really rough. Speaking of rough, Tilly is called out. Breath of Life though means you're fairly safe, and there he is. There we see the chain called out. The Q, the shield coming through. Flash, auto away means that Katsui dies. I think if they stay in range and get the shield proc, they live. But so unfortunate. Meanwhile, Lilting Lullaby comes out, dashed away from. Lupus will end up surviving, but that's another flash blow and another respawn source spent for TDE, and we can see why Raz and Tilly and the boys are where they are in the standings. Very deserving, a very dominant team in this early game. 2.5k gold lead, 2 dragon lead, and with the next one spawning in just 30 seconds, they're probably going to end up on soul point at the 18-minute mark.
Yeah, I don't have any announcers right now, but they have 2 champions that can bowl. I just realized that. Lilia and Emilio.
Hey, look, I think Rasen can bowl as well. The arrow is like a... Well, it's more like a missile than anything, to be honest. But, you know, it almost counts.
If he's not falling, he's balling. That's what I always say.
Look, I want to see a... I just want to see like a 1-2 punch of getting hit with the arrow, no, getting hit with the bowling ball, getting slept up, and then the arrow follows up, and you're CC for sort of 7 seconds without being able to do anything about it. Those are the most fun games to play League of Legends. We see here, Grey Fox spotted out on Vision, no Lullaby, but Misstep B getting slowed up continuously. Katsui is here for the roam, but you're already at a 3 versus 2D arrow. Unfortunately, predicts wrong that time, but does blow the flash from the brawl.
And maybe that arrow will hit the Orianna and rule out.
Grey Fox with the flash finds the reaping with that blooming blows. It is still a 4 versus 4, but Not So Reformed does have the teleport. The grass, Nature's Graph will find nothing, but it will force Ras and Tilly and the boys off this Drake. There's a teleport wall behind. The collapse is here. Pincer maneuver coming through. TDE have to find this Drake and find their way out of the pit. Knockup only connects onto 1. Not So Reformed, not doing too much. Shockwave onto 1 low as well. Panida Tilly will end up falling with Rasen free hitting in this fight. Solismo tears their way through the backline. It's another shutdown over. Will finally get taken down. Rasen kiting away. That's 2 more kills in the back pocket of Rasen, Tilly and the boys. They lose out on the Drake, but they win out on this fight.
They just go sandwich the entire team fight, as you can see. Like, the Nature's Graph just zone him out, but it just set up the Ornn for the success, right? It led him to TP in the bank and call the Forge got. And after that, it just did not matter. They got swept up by Rasen and the boys. Tilly might have been dead, but still, they're now on the Drake point or the Soul point, and it just keeps looking.
Wait, they got the Drake? I thought that had gone over. Sorry, I don't know why. I thought that went over to Lupus. No, Grey Fox with the Drake secured themselves. They find the fight and they fight the Drake. That's an absolute disaster for TDE. Actually, they are in such a terrible spot.
It's a disaster, mate. But yeah, right now it's like. I think we gave the merit to TDE, but it seems like any comp we favor just gets cursed right now from the looks of it. Anytime we give the upper hand to a team, they just straight up lose.
Look, comp diff doesn't matter if hand diff's all that's important. And that's why that's what I believe is a play-by-play. You know, it doesn't matter. Like, I can analyze whatever, but fights just kind of happen. They either win or they lose. You know, it's 50-50 flip either way. But I mean, I'm joking, of course. Rasen, if it was a 50-50 flip, Rasen, Tilly, and the boys are just been landing up heads over and over again. And while that could be possible, it's certainly improbable. So it's got to be that player skill instead.
Yeah, 100%. They might have they might be the God's drunkest driver, but for sure, Rasen and Tilly voice just know exactly how to weave around that.
Indeed, indeed. And now, Kog'Maw going to be set very far behind. Whitsend will help out a little bit against LeBlanc and Grey Fox trying to assassinate you, but Shago and Lilia still pose so much threat to the rest of the team. Item ahead in the mid lane. Just a monster. I was going to say monster game from Shago. They did get gifted 3 kills from Rasen, but they did also play that last fight very well. So, you know, we'll split the difference, say it's a monster game as the arrow comes through.
Okay, and it hits
Not
Dove
quite
Knight.
that time.
But still, I'd like to point out that at this stage, also the furthest part to play against LeBlanc, right? She's always in fog of war. Maybe she's pushing away, but the next second you don't know where she is, and she's gonna double over the wall. She's gonna hit the chain, and she's gonna hit another chain, and you're gone.
So squishy for a target like Tipoof as well, right? Braum, it's a little bit slower than some other protecting supports, right? It's not like an Alistar where you can instantly knock them up. It's not like an Enchanter where you can place a shield and your Kog'Maw help them survive. Right, you have to put get your wall down the right direction and body block for all of those skills. And if you can't do that in time, you know, Shago's still just gonna blow your Kog'Maw up. Like, it's only gonna take her a second and a half, or like more like 3/4 of a second. How fast is your reaction time, Mr. B? How close are you gonna have to stand next to Tipoof in order to make sure they survive? Even though Shago does look like they want to just be more of a threat in the side lane, right? Putting in great work, keeping Gatsby pinned under this bot lane turret, does have to teleport, of course. Got Baron getting a couple of pings on, I don't think it's going to get started. But yeah, the game has slowed down a little bit. I can understand why, if you are Rasen, Tilly and the boys here, I think it's so free to just wait for this next Hextech Drake to come up. 1 minute, 30 seconds left. And you should win the fight.
Looking at the upsides, right? The longer you wait, Fence comes out though.
Oh,
Shago
that's
look.
really massive. Here we see Shago going in. Chain does connect. Rooted up. The cleanse will not be enough to save Tipoof. Picked off. Gonna be able to get back in time for this Drake, but no cleanse is really, really important. Shago going in is gonna end up rooted up. I don't know about that one too much. Flashing away. Will have the distortion. One more also with Spell Dead Doom, but it doesn't quite come through the chain. I think Shago's a bit of an escape artist for making their way out after they made a bit of a funny play there, one could say. But Tipoof taken out, Tipoof with no cleanse, means this fight gets so much harder for TDE, contesting this all-important Hextech Soul. Hextech Soul on Ashe, Hextech Soul on LeBlanc, on Lilia as well. All disgusting champions, so it's something you really want to fight. It does look like they get first move.
You know, this LeBlanc might not have static shiv, but at least with this Hectic Drake, she's gonna have static shiv at home, right?
True.
I was just gonna talk about how, like, they're not in a rush because, like, they have these automates coming in. They have this Astral that got the pick on the Kog'Maw, right? And the game going longer for them is just better, right? They're just gonna keep getting these objectives. They're gonna keep getting these side turrets, and yeah, things will just keep getting better and better for them. They're just waiting.
I mean, they do need to keep applying this pressure and getting the Edgoses, right? Like, they can't afford to just, like, sit back and do nothing for the next 20 minutes, but as long as they keep doing stuff like that, just blowing out the enemy mid laner, then I think they're going to be pretty J-showing, you know? Just absolutely obliterates Katsui on the side lane. Pop, Shago is at that point with 2 items plus Blighting Jewel. Absolutely monstrous on this carry. However, Collapse is here
as
for
well.
TDE. Oh, goes out, massive arrow, massive lullaby, the Ornhorn to follow up. It's just a blender here. Tarson, Tilly and the boys will find the collapse. Unfortunately, Rasen will get taken out by Solismo on the side, but the rest of TDE are TDAD taken down by Rasen, Tilly and the boys. The cleanup is there, and their eyes are set on this Baron.
Yeah, and like, we talked about this Braum having value, right? And like, it doesn't seem like doesn't matter at this stage. I don't even know if he has cancelled any significant ults this game. Obviously, it's just like Rest and the boys just leading the way to the Baron, I guess. And just from this, they might be able to thread in the mid inhib, right? Like, at this stage, like, what can TDE do? They can just roll over and die.
They can get this Hextech Drake though. I mean, getting Baron's good. I still think I'd rather get the Soul if I'm Rasen, Tilly and the boys. I understand wanting to go for both, but Solismo being alive means that the Drake does just get shredded down pretty quickly. So, you know, I still think this is still pretty fine for Rather than the boys. Like, they didn't actually give up that much. They only gave up 5 minutes of the timer for 3 minutes of Baron buff. As the arrow comes out, doesn't connect, unfortunately. Goes wide into the base.
Yep, hopefully TDE can look for some sort of side angle for him. Maybe this Olaf is not the most ahead person on TDE's side, so maybe even when things look kind of dire, they might be able to run down somebody. Like we saw with Rasen being just walked down by the Olaf ult, him being unstoppable. He can't get slowed or stunned. And
Alas, my man got ADC'd. Even after using the ult onto Tipus to win the fight for his team, just gets run down by the Olaf. Speaking of running down, Rasen getting a little bit engaged on here by Lupus. 4 versus 3. The damage from Katsui is just so strong. Grey Fox will die as well. Rasen forced to run for the hills, and a little bit of an overextension there from Rasen, Tilly, and the boy. Grey Fox gets pretty significantly punished.
yeah, I think it only delays things for them. Maybe they'll be able to get this constellation for the mid tower, but the real goal comes in here is like I think they might need to try to leverage more the side lane pressure, right? Because they have this Ornn, they have this Ashe, and LeBlanc just constantly wait.
Oh, did you see Shago's damage there? Ornhorn followed up by that distortion, empowered distortion, was just too much. And yeah, you've lost your support. Yeah, you've lost your jungler, but the 11 and 1 LeBlanc is still alive. Rasen is still alive, and the wombo combo comes through for Rasen, Tilly, and the boys. They just shred through the 5, trying to claim that mid-tier 1 tower.
They put all their eggs in the same basket, but Shaco is just walking on the, well, just walking all over them. With this Baron buff, they might just be able to open up their entire base. Obviously, the times are coming up, 10 seconds left, but this inhib is all they need right now.
Yeah, it might be TDE putting all the eggs in their one basket, but unfortunately it's Shaco who's absolutely cracked at the moment. Just murders them all. I wish we saw an instant replay because I saw all their health bars disappear like that in a snap, in an instant. I guess that's what you're allowed to do if you're a Fed LeBlanc. Doesn't matter about what else is going on in the game. If you can find your way to the double distortion damage on top of everyone, and they don't react in time, because remember there's only one piece of fast CC on their team, being the Maokai Roots, then you're just going to get blown up.
Yeah, 100%. I think in this instance, like, I still have faith in Solismo, right? He's 4-3. He's 200 CS. Maybe not that ahead, but also not that behind.
I've seen
maybe.
I've seen this one before. Ornhorn is available. Gonna get called up. One already dead. Mr. B, Mr. Back in base. Double knock up from the Ornhorn. Solismo is here, but the rest of the team has already fallen. Tiplev will fall as well. And once again, TDE will die for the mid lane tier 1 tower, and that's probably gonna be the game.
TP available for Ornn, TP available for LeBlanc. Maybe
That's
it doesn't even matter. They have no wave. They just gotta walk down mid and then the whole thing.
That's the worst way I've seen a game. I've seen some Baron for Nexus trades. I've seen some Vega for Nexus trades. Not too sure how I feel about the tier 1 turret for Nexus trade. Massive capitalization there from the boys, including Rasen and Tilly. Just know that they can win the fight there as they did before. It's maybe a bit of insanity there for TDE, but still, Rasen, Tilly, and the boys, gotta commend them. They put in the work, and especially Shago in this mid lane carried them to victory.
Yeah, 100%. Shout out to the boys. We see them.
We see him. We see him. Wow. What a way to end the game. I mean, this whole game has been so explosive, and just want to point out that pick was started off from an arrow by Rasen, right? Like, I want to give Rasen player of the game, but he was the second best player in this match. I can tell you that much. Even if
Speed on the game.
thank you for production because we're now back in time. I got told to say thanks from production because we're now back in time because that was a very, very, very fast victory. Well, not very fast victory, but fast enough victory. But yeah, wow, massive, massive game from Shago. Insane work. The 2 carries side by side. I think I want to give both MVPs to both of them, honestly.
Yeah, 100%. It's almost like they're like, it was the full he sketches their bank and they sketch his bank, right? One Ashe arrow into a 5-man one shot. It's pretty good.
Pretty good indeed. But We're going to be going to a quick break. We've got one more game coming up tonight, and that one, you know what? I think that one's going to be good as well. We had a couple of good games today. Every single one has been pretty goddamn chilling. We've got DBK up against PCN, which is just to double check my schedule. It is Pacanometras, who we saw last week on the stream, up against is DBN. Is that Dawnbreak? That's Dawnbreak, I believe.
Yeah, Dawnbreak.
So it's going to be Pacanometras up against Dawnbreak for the last game of the night. Don't go anywhere. Bangers non-stop on the EAL. They're going to stop for 5 minutes, but after that, we'll be right back for the last match.
See you in a bit.
Ah! to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last strike. Hearing voices from afar. Join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last Can we bring to fall the giants? 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 We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the stream. We're back for the final game of the night coming up. I'm on my own, by the way. I'm no longer joined by Frontline Doggo. Sadly, he caught Bofa and died. I'm gonna have a moment's silence. Thank you everyone for being so respectful. But we've got one more game coming up tonight. We've got Dawnbreakers up against Peconometrus. There's nothing funny about that production. Peconometrus in third, Dawnbreakers in fifth, looking to dawn break their way into the top of the leaderboard. I don't know. Do we have an idea on the Peconometrus game that took place earlier tonight? Can you ask in the chat, perhaps, so we can see if Peconometrus are looking to. Actually, can we have a look at the Invicta game earlier as well? I want to see if you could production, that'd be poggers. Group A, I'd like to know Invicta, if they won their game, and if Peconometrus won their game. Well, on this game is fairly with Ras and Tilly and the boys getting 6 wins and 2P to Esports on 5 losses. I think they're gonna make playoffs at the second lowest seed either way. I believe. Pardon? Oh, Invicta won, so this is for Peconometrus to try and tie up the score with Invicta, get themselves in running for that coveted. I said a lot tonight, but it really is so important to dodge that first round of playoffs by being that second seed out of your group, in Group A in particular. And I'm gonna be a real pain production. Is there any chance we can have the final standings done by the end of the stream? Just throw that out there. You don't have to respond. We'll see if we get. We'll get there when we get there. But either way, this match is still important for the econometrics. If they can tie up this second place position, it's absolutely massive for them. They've obviously had a really strong season. We saw them up against MMM last time, I believe. It was who we saw them with? Yeah, I believe it was MMM or Fix 1-2. We saw them play a tough match last week, basically, and we're now going to head into draft, see if they can close out this match, bring themselves tied in that second position. I'm not sure about the head-to-heads. So, Milio taken off the board for Dawnbreak. Rel banned out as well. I'm just going to pull up the players OPGG, see if I can get a little bit of an idea about what sort of champions these players play, right? Yada yada yada. It is not Lost Nation. It is not Ghost Hire. It's not Bazaar. So Dawnbreak do like to look towards the Rel. I think they flex it. And they didn't flex it between both positions. Jungler plays a lot of Maokai, a lot of Lilia. But Rel in support, obviously, is just such a strong champion. I get wants to take that off the board if you're. Oh, no, Dawnbreak. Whatever. Dawnbreak. Oh, this is the wrong OPGG. No, so. Whatever, I'm not looking. I'm doing the analysis on the fly. Jarvan, also very strong champion into these immobile ADCs that are so popular in the moment. Kog'Maw, last game, didn't see it come out on top, but this champion, paired with a Braum, paired with an Enchanter as well, can just do absolute bits in these team fights. Final ban here, Fiora. Once again, a champion we saw lose today, but we saw the potential for it. Obviously, had a really, really good laning phase into the Ornn. If that could have been transitioned into later game team fights, then, or not team fights, split pushing, then the Panther suddenly could have come out on top, so just taken off the board. Rek'Sai, another strong jungler / top laner, banned away. That's 3 potential junglers taken off the board by Econometrics, really wanting to target out this Dawnbreak jungler in Vogabo, I believe. But I believe, actually, Econometrics have a substitute in place. It's, I'll check back through the, oh, never mind. The player could play, so there is no drama. Unfortunately, we lost some EAL drama. Unfortunately, not going to come through. But what will be coming through is a first pick Viego for the Dawnbreak lineup. We talked about the power of their jungler. That jungler is, well, if there's one jungler that you want to be able to solo carry on, or that you can pretty much solo carry on, it is probably Viego. Or at least Viego's certainly up there. Will struggle a little bit into the hard TC coming out from the Nautilus, though. We're going to see a Nautilus Kai'Sa locked in. I think that'd be a very strong bot lane if they just want to stand on 1-2. LeBlanc Hover instead coming out here for Econometrics. I'd be very scared of the LeBlanc after last game, even with that static shiv nerfed. So much roam potential, so much lethality on this champion as well. Annie, the immediate counter pick, obviously with that point and click stun with that shield, will have a decent time. And Braum picked up as well, another counter into this Nautilus. I don't know how well it synergizes with the burst competition coming out from Viego, coming out from this Annie, but, you know, it's pretty good counter pick and lane, so I can't begrudge it too much. Final ban coming through here, pick coming through here for Econometrics, and it is the Xayah. Something that can disengage from these Tibbers, from Viego as well. Obviously, we showed the Feather Storm being really good. Tibbers and, Annie's a champion. Tibbers is the ultimate. Annie and Viego also fairly short-ranged by champion metrics, to be honest. So, not surprised to see Xayah picked up into that. Is somewhat countered by Braum, though. Braum can block those feathers. Braum can block the feathers being pulled back as well. So, a little bit interesting to see that chosen, but I think might be a potential angle of attack for Dawnbreak in the spot lane. Ornn banned out. Obviously, there's no counter pick away of a Braum from that Ornn, so makes sense to take that off the board. Maokai banned out, one of these very strong junglers we saw at Hovered earlier. I believe didn't actually get picked up, so yeah, taken off the board. But yeah, Dawnbreak still getting their hands on a highly talented jungler. I think if you're playing something like the Jarvan, like the Rek'Sai, or like the Viego, you kind of want to leave open these tank junglers that you can prey on just a little bit, but instead going to ban them out other bans coming through. Cassante, another reliable top laner. Reliable weak side, you know, just very, very good in general. We don't see any Sion bans coming through. Might see that picked up as well by Dawnbreak. Wukong, another, once again, the two meta junglers taken off in the second phase of bans. Maybe we'll see something like a Vi coming out. Has been nerfed. I think that champion is utter dog water. But Vi LeBlanc, very, very lethal 2v2 mid combo. Lee Sin as well. It's a bit of a flip pick. Rakan's got left open. That's kind of surprising to me. I didn't even consider that. Does that mean Nautilus is heading into the jungle and this is a LeBlanc Nautilus mid jungle combo? That is the ultimate trap card move by Piconometris there. Getting the enemy team to ban out 2 junglers only to reveal that the Nautilus is going jungle. That is 5-head. It also gives you a much better matchup into this Braum in the bot lane, right? Nautilus is a little bit stuffed by Braum because obviously he wants to be going in melee range, but Braum can stun you if you go into melee range very, very easily with this concussive blow stacks. So, very, very nice draft maneuver here by Piconometris. Braum Ashe though, very lethal bot lane. Right? If you land one stack of that concussive blows onto Rakan, he will fall down quickly. Obviously Rakan does quite well into lanes that fast CC, but the slow somewhat provides fast CC, you know, in a sort of ironic sense. Finally, we're going to have to see what the blind pick top lane is. It will be that Sion I talked about. Does seem interesting to me because Piconometris opted to pick the Rakan. Means they want a counter pick in this top lane, but they banned out Cassante and they banned out Ornn. So it seems a little bit strange. If they didn't, I guess they didn't want to play the Sion themselves, but I hope they got something cooking up in the back pocket. Something like a Gwen could be really good into the Dawnbreaker comp. Something like as they seen, not gonna see it this time, but Fiora. Darius though. Oh my lord, that's a very lethal champion if I've ever seen it. Being able to bully out these tanks early just has such high base damages, pulls you back, slows you up. It's really hard to get away, especially without level 6 on that Sion. But obviously will struggle a little bit more in these late game team fights. So I look at these two comps. The first thing that strikes out to me is that the Piconometris mid jungle top. Nautilus locking someone down for Darius or Nautilus locking someone down for LeBlanc makes some easy pickings, especially on this mobile mid and top mobile entire team pretty much from the Dawnbreak side. It's very, very lethal, but obviously will fall off a bit in comparison to this style, or even fall off to the utility of being able to chuck a bear on people as the game goes on with Annie. Ashe as well, not going to be doing that much damage, not going to be that much of an issue though into the fairly squishy team comp coming out from Piconometris. I do favour them early, right? Nautilus jungle, very strong, does fall off a cliff. I mean, unless of course they go for the Darius jungle, Nautilus top lane, 9-head, 5 billion IQ flex, I doubt they will though. So, main thing to look out for in this game is this mid jungle duo. Can they get something happening in the mid lane? Can they dive onto the spot lane as well? Ashe a pretty vulnerable dive target, at least until she hits that level 6. Braum will do a lot to help out, but potentially will not be enough. We'll have to see if they want to make it onto the Rift. I do think Piconometris have the tools, have the agency to make this early game work, but otherwise, if they can't, I think it's going to be fairly difficult as the game goes on. Annie and Ashe do such good work, obviously, into characters like LeBlanc, characters like this Darius, but we're going to have to see once we make it on to the Rift. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere! It's Piconometris on red. It's Dawnbreak on blue. Piconometris fighting for that top 2 slot. We'll see you on the Rift. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Summoner's Rift. We have... Hello? Breaker, 1, 2, 3. I think we're back. Welcome everyone back to the Summoner's Rift. We have Econometras on red. We have Dawnbreak on blue. And we have a final match of the night up and coming. Both these teams, you know, I don't know if they're fighting for much more than pride at this point, right? Because I think Dawnbreak is locked in their position in playoffs. I think Econometras don't have the head-to-head against their competition. I'm pretty sure they don't actually now that I look at the standings, but that's fine. This match could still be important for seeding third and fourth place, which, you know, never mind. We're heading into a quick pause. I love it. I love League of Legends, man. 3-minute spectator delay. Obviously, not so much we can do about the pause here, guys. So, I do want to talk a little bit about the standings. From my current info, I think it's the two teams securing those first position slots are going to be, and I just check here 1 second. They're going to be Cosmic Transcendence and Bazaar, I believe. Actually, no, I think I think Bazaar have the head-to-head over Wild Panthers. Unless Element Z won their match, then they'll be getting the second spot. Is there a results? There's a results page in the AL. I can go look that up. If Element Z, who I believe had the win over Bazaar, won Group A results, it would be under Group B results. Let me check. Wait, Bazaar dropped versus a game versus SPN. Wait. Bazaar are wait, no, is that correct? Yeah, it is. It is. They dropped the game versus SPN, which means that they aren't going to be in that pole position or second position in that group. It's going to be Cosmic Transcendence and then another team, which I don't know about, which is very interesting to me, right? Really, really big implications. That means that's one extra round that Bazaar have to fight their way through to make it to players. That's also massive for sports section, right? Because it's kind of really important for sports section because it means that they now are fighting for that third or fourth place spot, which means they are gonna, be seeded against something like Dawnbreak or TDE rather than someone like Econometras. Well, I have to say, actually, depending on how the results of this match go, which one you'd rather be seized. But you're not going to go up against Russ and Tilly and the boys, which is going to be a big mental break, right? It's going to be very, very fortunate for those teams seeded higher. But we're now going to get back into the game. We've done with the reverb of the pause. It will just be a couple more seconds while the game sorts out all of its issues. Something I want to point out is, we see here Edgy Ninja opting for that longsword start. Has also gone for the fleet footwork. Now, I know Static Shiv is nerfed and is less good on LeBlanc, but the thing with Static Shiv is only the AP ratio got nerfed. Its base damage is fairly similar. It doesn't one-shot the casters anymore, very importantly. But, if you're going to do something insane like a full AD LeBlanc, which I've actually seen floating around somewhat, a little bit like the AD Ari was a while back, I don't think it's very good, but it would be a spicy thing to bring out in this last match on stage. Edgy Ninja are probably just going to opt to go for that Static Shiv. I don't think it's the correct choice. Both of the LeBlancs we've seen... the LeBlanc we saw last game, piloted obviously by Shago, the one and only, did opt for that full AP build. I think it is just better now that the... you don't one-shot the backlight creeps. But the AD build does give you a little bit more damage in lane, just give you a little bit more sustained damage as well against something like an Annie that can shield off your damage, sustain through. As you see there, nice trade from both of these laners. Edgy Ninja going to be coming out just a bit on top with that level 2 advantage. Meanwhile though, I want to have a look up towards this top lane. Bot lane, shouldn't be much action, but it's really on to Dromo to find some early damage versus DK Opa, because Sion will be more useful as the game goes on. That is an undeniable fact. This guy will get so much bonus health, so much health, be able to play Gatekeeper to this Rakan, to this Darius, just gonna be able to stand in the way and be a meat shield. Now, Chitromo can stand in the way, but it's a much worse meat shield than Ukba. So unless they're fed, unless they get that stride breaker early, unless they can find their way onto the backline with a flank, they are going to be struggling as the game goes on. So they do need to find something early on. Meanwhile, both the junglers are clear up towards their top side, both recognizing the volatility of this top lane. In the 2 versus 2, I'm not sure which way it goes. Obviously, Nautilus does have a decent base damage early on, right? You think of him as a support, but the thing with supports is they do kind of need to hurt you to be able to support properly. So level 3, I think, is maybe where this 2v2 is most in favor of the Econometrus lineup in the top lane. They should be able to win this one out if it does come to that, of course. However, if Talsa gets picked off on their own, or has to fight Valjibo even, I can't read, I'm dyslexic, an extended 1v1, they will end up getting chunked, but Scuttlecrab now has spawned. Telsa will not spot it out, and Valjibo is seen on the ward. Top lane priority, mid lane priority in favor of Econometrus here, but not able to collapse in time, just a couple of seconds too late. Means that Valjibo will be able to walk their way out of that one. Pretty good. If Nautilus isn't finding anything early on, that's pretty good for the opposing team. As you see there in top lane, Tromo took a very nice trade against Okpa. There's basketball stacks taking down. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, it's priority all across the map for Econometrus, right? Which, you know, if you're playing Viego, that's where you go and invade the Nautilus, have a really good time. Unfortunately, it just means that Nautilus is going to be safe on their clears instead. But Valjibo looking for something in the mid lane. Edgy Ninja obviously does have that distortion away. Does know the gank is coming. Does just distortion, and there's nothing Valjibo can do. I mean, he's just got to wait for his camps to respawn. It's not like he's losing out too much looking for this gank, but still not able to find the play. Not too much else happening around the map at this time, though. Like a little bit of trades here and there. Obviously, saw Valjibo almost get caught up in the top lane, but the dragon is now spawning up. I'd like to see either of these bot lanes, well, more specifically, the Econometrus bot lane, with the priority they have, walk up. They have the better 3v3 as well. I think Xayah Rakan is so strong in the 3v3 earlier, and Nautilus still provides a lot of that CC, can get a lot done. Valjibo looking for a gank, has been spotted down the ward. You'll see him reset. I think this is where you immediately start sprinting towards the dragon. There's no way that Valjibo resets and then runs back down to their same half of the jungle. So, oh wow, he's spending so much time just trying to get something here, but they know Valjibo not getting anything done at all, but not just Tesla really either. So, just gonna be able to really looking for this thing. I think maybe just trying to cover out the wave crash actually, but it has taken a really long time. Stacking wave though. I think you can move up to dragon now if you're the Dawnbreak lineup, just because Zivali is not going to want to miss that wave on the turret. If you just walk towards Drake here, you either collapse onto Telsa or you just get the Drake for yourself. Actually, it has been started up by Telsa. They knew that this Dawnbreak bot lane wanted to look for the reset, and now they're going to get the Drake for themselves. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, really nice trade there from Edgy Ninja, obviously having that level 6, having that Mimic come out. Tibbers didn't get dropped by Brutet even, which means that there is now really strong prior here for the Econometrus lineup. They will pick up this first dragon of the game, but Infernal Drake pretty good for their comp, so a little bit of a gold lead, but this is to be expected somewhat with the way their composition works. Obviously Nautilus much better early on, Xayah Rakan very strong early, the Monk very strong early, so picking up this Drake is not necessarily unexpected for Dawn. It's not necessarily out of the plan for the Dawnbreak squad. We'll have to see, of course, if this early game dominance continues to hold. I do want to point out there is a 10 CS lead in the top lane for Totoromo, but it's not, well, 20 CS lead. It's going to be 10 off this way. But it's not going to be that impactful, right? Like, it's a bit of a meme where you pick Renekton and get a 10 CS lead in lane and lose out on the rest of the game. I don't want to see that happen to this Darius, but that certainly might be what goes down if Ukba plays this well, you know? Yeah, you can't really dive him, you can't really stack a wave against Sion, especially because if you do dive him, he just gets the wave anyway, right, with that zombie form. Nice trade though coming down from Trauma. Does manage to get those maximum bleed stacks on. Gonna poke him out a little bit, but Dawn So yeah, Dawnbreak will have that second wind. We'll have that Doran shield as well. Edgy Ninja's just getting the hover in the mid lane as well. Telsa trying to find something. Knows that the spot lane isn't really gank. Tesla, I don't know why I keep reading it wrong. Maybe I just hate Elon Musk. What can I say? Guys, that guy is a bit of a scumbag, so kind of makes sense. But anyway, Tesla not making anything electric happen in this early game, just still farming up 0-0-0 at the 8-minute mark. I do think this favors the Dawnbreak lineup as Edgy Ninja. Once again, dumps all their cooldowns on Bruette and trades very nicely. Still reticent to use that Tibbers. I think in some ways you can just like drop a Tibbers on LeBlanc if she like uses her distortion in, right? Just get some damage down. You're not gonna kill her, but you can force her out of lane, buy yourself a little bit more breathing room, and stop her, most importantly, from roaming. So Edgy Ninja, as expected, building towards that static Shiv. I said it's a bit of a waste of gold, in my opinion. When we're getting too much done, you have to kind of play a very much a tank one style. That's going to be a reference nobody else gets. You have to play very much a push and roam style of gameplay parlor, right? With this build, you're not going to be dealing as much damage, which means you need to be enabling the spot lane. You need to be looking for dives with Tesla, but we haven't seen a single turret dive come through on the spot, and it's just junglers looking for lane ganks or covering push outs on these waves. Tesla really trying to make something happen, stuck around here on the bot side for a long time. Valjebo is walking down, will be spotted out though by Edgy Ninja. Tesla does go for the flash over the wall. Hook connects onto the Ashe. That's a very squishy carry. Picked up, taken down, first blood to Econometrus. However, the concussive blows aren't going to be launched, and the TP in the flash from Bruette gets a double kill in return, and what was set up to be a tower dive in the bot lane gets punished and gets answered. And even in the mid lane, the wave is dying. Massive play from Dawnbreak to find things that are even going to pick up the support. Dawnbreak looking dominant in this one. 3-1 for the team that has maybe the better scaling as well. That's not what you want to see. Well, I mean, you know, maybe I should rephrase. That's exactly what you want to see when you're a Dawnbreak supporter. But yeah, for Econometrus, the team that is higher on the standings, the team that has anything to gain or lose from this game, they are behind 1k gold. They do have that first dragon, but they haven't really done too much beyond that, right? They tried to use their priority to dive. They overforced in the bot lane, and the massive teleport from Bruette just absolutely wipes them off the map. And now that CSC, the mid lane, has also stabilized 2-0-1 Andy, I think it's going to be able to back into their Ludens, maybe even Pen Boots for that much gold. If they can, this next dragon is going to be almost uncontestable. First Mythic. I'm going to be honest, in a straight fight, Annie with Ludens, it's so much more effective than a LeBlanc with Static Shiv. You look at look, everyone likes to look at Static Shiv and look at how many numbers of the damage it deals to champions, okay? I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. Like, 10 billion damage, that's quite a lot. But it's 10 billion damage doled out in, like, 50 health ticks, right? It's like, it's a bit like the 2 AD fallacy, you know? Like, if champions get fluffed by 2 AD, it's like, oh wow, the champion's win rate is going to go up massively, right? Because their damage per game goes up quite a lot. But it's about meaningful damage more than just flat damage, right? You're basically getting an auto attack on them every single way, which, hey, maybe is good. Maybe does lead to something meaningful, but it's not going to be as meaningful as a goddamn pen item, you know, like a Ludens. It does help you push the wave. I bet that is the one thing that this build does, but it needs to get something done on the map once those waves are pushed. And I'm a bit worried that a lot of the time, he goes Static Shiv just because it feels really good to push those waves. And it does. It does feel good to almost one-shot the backline creeps, but, you know, there's a thing about feeling good, and there's a thing about winning games, and those are two very separate things. So, the dragon has spawned up. It is the Chemtech on the Rift for the second Drake. Means it's not going to be a Chemtech Storm. We're not going to see any funny plants, which is a bit of a shame. There's always a good laugh. But neither team has looked towards it. I mean, obviously, Zivai, so Ziavi, God, and the Space Jam, which is a lot easier to say, do have pro in the spot lane, but Okva does have that Unstoppable. Oh, it's called the something charge. Christ, what's it fucking called? Thingy, whatever, charge coming through. Sayonara, please. Yeah, Sayonara. Thank you, production. Sion ulti, if they do want to roam now, but it won't. I think they're just gonna go top lane, match ways with Tromo, who still has maintained that 20 CSD. You know, could be a lot worse, but look, what's okay? Production has told me in the air it's Unstoppable Onslaught. What is Malphite's ultimate called then? That's the riddle, because I always get it confused with Malphite. They're basically the same name. And then there's also Onslaught of Shadows from Cade? No, that's the Infestation. What? Somebody else is on. Anyway, there's too many league. I'm not a fucking play-by-play. I'm a little average Joe, okay? As Okava getting traded on, this is what we picked the Darius for. Hasn't been able to find a trade like this before, but will now be able to just try that knockback. And you can see just how much damage this Triforce Darius does deal when it gets to top of you. Meanwhile, on the volley, there is an engage. Root, sorry, the stun into the knock-up. Xayah on her own. That's a little bird. Wings of a prayer. Face Jam will fool the teleport in from Edgy Ninja. Will it be enough to burn through Viego? Yes, it will. Edgy Ninja has slain one back. It is a 1-for-1, but the teleport is used. But look who's here. It is Tesla. Teleport available for Bruet if they want to go behind. Oh my god, the flash. Hook connects. It's a double kill. The teleport is in. Too late. Bruet will pick up the wave, but 2 more kills will be picked up by Peconometrus. Whew. Wow, that was a sort of the opposite of the play we saw earlier in the bot lane, right? Like Bruet was the one roaming down with counter teleport, able to pick up a couple of kills down there, but this time Edgy Ninja with the priority, with that static shift, is actually put in the workers. And top lane we see an engage here. Okpa, they're going off screen. There's a fight going on. There's a dive under the turret. The root will, so knockup will not come through. The ticks will be there, and Okpa will end up slain by Totromo. Darius finally does find the kill he needs in this lane. Going to be able to push in this wave as well. Even, well, he can't teleport down. He does blow the flash and the ghost to make it happen. Meanwhile, there's a shutdown in the mid lane. Point and click CC for Bruet is too much for Edgy Ninja. Gets taken down on the play. It's just action all over the map. Both these teams even on kills, but the Peconometrus do have the lead in gold. Will have the lead in Drakes as well. Second one picked up at 15 minutes, looking for a 25-minute soul, perhaps maybe a little bit later with how these teams are playing. But Ocean Drake, interesting one. I don't think the Peconometrus lineup. Oh wait, hold on, it wasn't Peconometrus that picked that up. It was I don't know. I'm going a little bit kooky. I'm a caster. Was that a steal away? Or I think that dragon got stolen away. No way, that's absolutely nuts. Either way, Rift Herald double play here for the Dawnbreakers means that there's gonna be no soul condition for Peconometrus, and they won't be able to pick up the second Herald. That could get placed down, bust open this mid lane, make it a little bit harder for Edgy Ninja to roam, bust open the spot lane, maybe get those lanes swapped going through. As you can see here, Edgy Ninja, with that static shiv, and with those Merc Treads, going to be doing pistol damage to this Annie, right? The whole point of this LeBlanc build is that you push inside really fast and can roam up for team fights, but we've seen side lane strategies struggle quite a bit today, if I'm perfectly honest. I don't necessarily know if Peconometrus have the macro knowledge, the macro know-how to make these plays happen. As a bit of a scuffle over these wards. That's just a lot of gold donated over to ToxTV2 and Azuso. Is that Azuso or AzuXo? I'm going to choose Azuso because that sounds a lot easier to say in a team fight. I just like, it's basically the same thing. So, Unstoppable Onslaught is the name of Synos, but I've just received weapon production. Unstoppable Forces. Why did they put the same name at the start? Like, the same word at both of them start both those names. That is so cringe, man. So we're now taking a nice scenic view of a bot side jungle. You can see on the corner of your screen there. Viego, Valegbo, looking for a gank. We'll be spotted out. We'll be question marked out. We're still we're gliding, baby. This is like this is almost serene. Production, are you okay? I think my production might have just been shot dead in the booth. I'm trying cast what's going on the minimap. Luckily, it doesn't seem like too much happening. Edge Ninja has got the push in bot lane. Will be roaming down, but won't be able to find too much of it. Ogba and Totromo are pretty low on this top side. Darius does have the ghost, but flash available for Ogba means dive is pretty difficult. Well, more difficult than it already is against the Scion. Having also picked up those plated steel caps, you neuter a lot of the damage. Hey, we're back. You neuter a lot of the damage potential coming out from the Scion in these plays. So, not Scion, Darius with these steel caps, and that Aegis finished up as well. So this is the point where Scion can still run you down, but it is just a little bit harder, right? It's just that little bit tankier. And the more armor that Scion can get, useful against everyone that's going to be hitting him, because I doubt it's going to be Edgy Ninja. I doubt it's going to be Edgy Ninja hitting him hard, even if he is. However, first turret will go over to Tromo in the top lane, who has got themselves a decent 50, actually massive 50 CS advantage, right? We'll be able to reset, but... Actually, yeah, I'm not even going to say anything else. 50 CS, that's a really commendable top lane. You often see them get like 10 CS, doesn't do anything. But 50 CS is quite a damn lot. Meanwhile, Valebo, I did notice, has opted for the Kraken Slayer build. Not what you see on Viego all too often. You see obviously a couple of builds with this champion. You go to the tankier build with the Thundero. You obviously get a more damagey build with this Kraken. I think you're a psycho if you go Kraken build on Viego, but you know, sometimes you need a little bit of psychopathy to win. Meanwhile, we see second item completions coming in the mid lane. Edgy Ninja, I'm surprised, finishing up their item faster than Bruette, able to finish up their alternator and their rod for that Shadow Flame. Herald will be dropped with a flash. Depth charge comes out. Tesla looking to try and make something happen onto Valego. Root is there. Flash away. Hook, but the slow this time lands onto Bruette. The stun goes nowhere. Shut down over to the Darius. That's absolutely massive. Meanwhile, Opa has teleported in, perhaps to their death. Tibbers trying to clear the way. Hook not connecting. The damage is true, and Edgy Ninja picks up that kill. A disastrous play for the Dawnbreakers, as Annie is also picked off. It's a 3-0, only teleport committed. Actually, no teleport committed either. Just an extreme misplay by Dawnbreakers in the mid lane means that this mid game is Dawn broken right open to Peconometris. Absolutely, absolutely dunked. I mean, you don't need this LeBlanc steel damage if everyone's standing in melee range against Darius. It also means that, unfortunately, the Dragon's going to go over as well, losing 2 turrets and the Drake. That's a massive swing. The gold lead is now 3,500. And this is the mid-game action we need to see out of Peconometris. The Dragon does end up slain. Ocean Soul, I said, not going to be too back for this Peconometris lineup, and I still stand by that, right? They're very much all or nothing. There's not too much poke coming out from the Dawnbreakers, but it's still something nice to have. It's still going to give you like an effective 500 health in a team fight, so could be significantly worse. Well, you're not going to believe me here, but it is significantly worse to not have the Dragon Sword than it is to have the Dragon Sword. It's a bit of a shocker, I know. Meanwhile, Valebo, in his usual haunt, you know, passing down towards the spot lane, trying to make something happen. Nothing will. Everyone just backs off, and Tesla to Shadow means that there's definitely no hope of a play. Just staring at each other. Reset has come through. Arrow from Axel goes very, very wide, unfortunately. Even then, Xayah had Featherstorm. Rakan obviously has a lot of dashes, very, very slippery, very easy to disengage from. That's ultimate coming out from Ashe, so it is straight chilling here. In this game state, 3.5k in the lead. We have Peconometris. I feel like when I solo cast, I repeat myself a lot. Oh, I like this Nautilus jungle build. I mean, Nautilus jungle build. I mean, obviously, when you're jungle, you have a little bit higher economy. You can maybe opt for stuff like the Frozen Fist, Iceborne Gauntlet. But I do like this pickup. I like this Evan Shroud. Just a very valuable item after its buffs on the most recent patch. Well, the most recent mid-season patch, even not the most recent patch. What am I on about? Has been picked up a lot by junglers, even the aren't sports. You see it on Poppy, you see it on Sejuani a lot of the time. I don't know how I feel about it on those, but on Nautilus, it fits him like a glove. When every single one of your abilities applies CC, everyone on the enemy team is going to be taking 10% more damage. Even his auto attacks apply CC, man. It's absolutely busted. But yeah, we're in a bit of a lull state. Nothing's bloody happening. I think that's correct from both these teams. I don't think either team has the tools to force, unless of course it's a really nice flank from Tesla, but they are content to clean out their jungle instead. Totromo just going to keep shoving these waves into Siam, still got that 50 CRC, still Bing chilling in the top lane. Edgy Ninja actually does one-shot the backline now, I think, with that static shiv, so going to be pushing in those waves just that little bit faster, having a little bit of an easier time. As we see here, Tesla setting up for perhaps a hover towards this, but never mind, there's a reset. Brett will not be caught out. Tesla will not find their mark, unless of course they're willing to wait for like a minute for Brett to step out. But I think it's just going to result in Edgy Ninja taking out this bot lane turret. Meanwhile, there's a bit of a scrap in the top of the bot side jungle here. In the top as well. Darius actually ghosting, running down Ukba. You see, I know things even when I don't know things. That passive has been proc. The bleed is there. The massive amounts of AD have come through. The dunk is available, but it's not even needed. Totromo picks out that kill for themselves. What masterful mistake for this Darius, not even dunking when they can. 3-0-1. Really has been that dominant top lane that we expect it to be. It didn't seem like that from the first couple of levels, but no one's really been able to stop Totromo on this top lane. Oh, engage has been found for Vallejo. Root comes through the flash. Ult comes out from Rakan. The stun will follow, but it won't result in too much. But the Summoner blown is meaningful for the Space Jam. But it does also keep 3 members pinned bot lane, which means top lane turret does end up falling into Trotomoto. Trotomoto, that's it. Turret in the bot lane as well. It looks a little bit like Dawnbreaker just getting run around the map, right? This is Blanc putting up so much side lane pressure. The gold lead is now almost 5,500 at this point. Soul Point, Drake. Soul Point coming up in 37 seconds. Edge Ninja is all going to also get that blue buff, going to be able to push in the side lane continuously. But it looks like a lot of the Econometrus members are hovering up towards this top side, maybe just trying to get Trotomoto a strong reset in time for this Drake, spawning up in 20 seconds. Neither team really has position on it, but Vision heavily in favor of Econometrus. If they shove out this mid wave, if they send LeBlanc top lane with that TP, thank you very much, Observer, it's just so very talented. If you send LeBlanc top lane with that TP, especially with that ward in the bush, it is about to expire, but if they get another one down, TP flanks are certainly available, but Trotomoto is going to be the one sent top lane. LeBlanc will be sent bot lane. I'm not sure why Edgy Ninja's down there, but it will still mean a fight around this Drake, but it might be a 4 versus 5. Look who's here. Ukba. This, I don't know if this is a fight that Econometrus can take. They've really misplayed. Darius is now finally walking down. Tesla does go for the engage. Knock up City. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Zwali is just 2 fed, and everyone on Dawnbreak will fall. You bring 5. That's just 5 more for the meat grinder. The 4th will go down. It's a 4-0 in favor of the Econometrus lineup, which means that this Drake will go over, Soul Point will go over, and I'm sure a couple of turrets will go over as well. Ocean Soul, just a couple of minutes away, or at least Soul Point a couple of minutes away. 5 more once this Drake gets slain, which it surely will. 27 minutes in. Gold lead is 8,000 in favor of Econometrus. I was a bit skeptical of their lineup, I was a bit skeptical of the way they could play out this game, but they've been proving me wrong. Proving me wrong with the build. It seems like today is just the day I get proved wrong on everything. I say one team's got better comp, they end up losing. But it does look like Econometrus are looking to extend that lead on this Baron, because in the bot lane, Edgy Ninja has somehow drawn 3 or 4 members towards them, which means there's no one walking topside, which there's no one to contest this Baron, which means it goes over freely, and that's another 1,500 gold lead in their back pocket, as well as a lot more pushing power on these side laners. So you thought Darius was hard to deal with before when he was 2 levels up, fine, and 2 items ahead almost of their 2 levels and an item ahead of their opposing laner. You thought the Blanc with Static Shiv, Night Harvester, and the Lunens, this train even, was difficult to deal with on the side lane. How about you deal with them plus Baron empowered minions? It's such a strong 3-man core. When it's an ADC plus 2 supports, it's so difficult to break. So I think a 1-3-1 here would be so effective from Econometrus if they decide to go for it, of course. And I don't know why they wouldn't. Valegbo haunting their jungle. Blanc on site. And it is worth noting, by the way, that there has not been a single tier 1 turret taken by the Dawnbreak side. So they've had some good fights, they found some good plays, specifically that TP in the early game. Brett onto the bot lane was massive, but Brett's maybe the one caught out now. Feathers fly, pulled back, Viego's dead as well unless he flashes away. I don't even know if that'll save him. The arrow connects, the ult comes out to double kill onto the Xayah. Meanwhile, the Edgy Ninja is clearing out this wave. Tesla going in, it's a 4k and it's just an absolute stomp. No ace quite yet. Okpa dropped very low. Will the Fountain Dive come through? Because this game is almost certainly wrapped up. It's just been strength to strength for this Econometrus, this lineup. They will be contesting that 2nd place slot, depending on head-to-head, depending on tiebreaker rules. They'll be certainly trying to get that free buy through first round of the playoffs, and Dawnbreak are just going to be broken on their backs. Will they give over the Penta? Give it, Zvali! You deserve it! The kill goes to the LeBlanc! Edgy Ninja, you cringer! No pentakill, but still an unofficial coming through as the Nexus will fall. Dawnbreak are broken, and Econometrus claim that 2nd place tied. What a game. Now that was an exciting one to close it out on. And my voice is a little bit dead. No, I'm joking, of course. I am feeling just fine. Reinvigorated by the gameplay. But yeah, that's it. That's the end of the game. And that's the end of the EAL regular season. Oh, thank you, chat. Whoever said it's good. No, it's my pleasure to cast for you guys. I'm not sure if I have it prepared for me. I don't know if we're getting final stats. I would love to see them if we are. We are not getting final stats, but I will do my best to infer it anyway. I can tell you for a fact who is leading both groups. I really hope I can tell you for a fact who's leading both groups. It is gonna be Lost Nation. I'm gonna go out on a limb here. They're 8-0. I think they're undefeated in Group A. It's gonna be my boys, Cosmic Transcendence in Group B. I remember, actually, it's quite interesting. Lost Nation, I think, and Cosmic Transcendence. I think Lost Nation was the one to put Cosmic Transcendence out of their Miracle Run.
Yes.
On the last side. They were in the last season of the AL. And now here they are, topping both of their groups. What a turnaround. First of all, from both these teams, right? Massive respect, massive glow up, and this shows how much hard work and dedication we do, because Cosmic Transcendence, they're a bit of a meme team coming in. Now they're top of Group B. Lost Nation, top of Group A. Both of these teams, such a glow up. Massive respect. It's somewhat mirroring what happened in the LEC as well. It's insane. Congratulations to them both on that 1st place coming out of groups. We'll have more details, I think, about the playoffs bracket broadcast very, very shortly put out, but you know what? I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. I took a break from the EAL for a while. I thought I had more important things to do. I thought I was busy. I had stuff on my plate. But damn, does it feel good to be back. I love watching these teams. I love watching these games. And I love casting for you guys in chat as well. It's my pleasure. It's my absolute pleasure. But there aren't going to be any more games for me to cast tonight. There aren't going to be any more games for me to cast in the regular season. Because it's playoffs time, baby. Coming next week or the week after, depending on if there's a break week or not. I know I'm going to be there. Will you? If you are, I'll catch you then. Casual Cutie signing off for the night. Catch me on Twitter, Casually Cutie. You can find me there. It'll be great. And once you do, I'll catch you on the other side. See ya.